Okay. Just a second, we're gonna check all our stats first. Everything's looking okay though. I'm just gonna go full screen and check my YouTube and check my Twitch. See if the title's updated properly. They did not. That's annoying. Wish Restream was a bit better at that. It's not supposed to say what it is saying. See if I can fix that from Studio. It's not obvious content. Lives. Edit details. Okay. Let's do some copying and pasting to fix that. I use Restream to play with some of these things so I can like change the titles from OBS and whatnot for both accounts, YouTube and Twitch. No, it's not made for kids. Save these changes. Changes saved. Alright, cool. What about Twitch? Looks alright. Okay. The Mata Kimba followed me 3 days ago. Nice. Cambrona Zidorova. Is that Korean? I don't know. Welcome to the channel. Watching without audio. Okay. Interesting. Alright. Edit stream info. Because it didn't do it over here either. What is the point, Restream? Man, there's not enough room. Totally new account. And then it's not going to let me add extra information. Alright, let's edit that again. Does it say anything else? No. Alright, we'll leave it at that. So that's been fixed. Twitch, YouTube. What have we got? It's not giving me as much information. That's better. Alright, no dropped frames. Audio looks alright. Okay. Close that. Leave it at that. I'm going to eventually just use the game view, but we are going to cover how to get Requiem running first. Okay, so new players watching this stream in the future on my YouTube, you go to Steam and you will search in the store Requiem and it won't come up because it's not that popular. And you'll start putting in Desiderium and you'll get it. Let me just, yeah, that's working, cool. And I've already got it downloaded, but somewhere down here, probably at play game, we'll say, you know, install, add to library, something like that. You click on that and you'll add it to your library. And while you're downloading and installing Requiem Desiderium Mortis, you will go to your favorite web browser. Mine is Firefox. And you will go to Warp Portal, and this should be the first page it comes up. If not, just the login button there. So we're on Warp Portal. If you don't have an account, which you shouldn't, because I'm assuming you've never been here before, you will click on Register Now. You could connect with Facebook or Google, but we're just going to pretend an email.com. Available. Nice. Just copy and paste that there so you get it right. So you put in an email. If you don't already have one, you can set that up with Gmail. You could set that up with sure you can work out how to make an email, and then a password. Doesn't have to be overly complicated. And your nickname doesn't really matter, so something, date of birth, probably make sure you're at least 18 plus for something like Requiem, it might help. Not available. Somebody is already called DWDQWD. Interesting. And you'll have to prove that you're not a robot. Pick on 2 icons that are most similar to each other. Those 2. And I probably want you to do another one. That should probably cover it. Ding dong. Yes, I have agreed to the terms and conditions. You could read this, but basically, you're obvious. Don't cheat, don't hack the game. You know, don't rip off our property, don't disrupt normal gameplay by, you know, certain abuses, watch your language, etc. You're supposed to read it. And you will register your account, and that'll create your Warp Portal account. And then you'll go to login, type in that email, type in that password. Now I have made a new account, so I'm going to be a bit revealy. Is this right? No, that's my account. That's my in-game. So just so you can see the process, but it's not going to be properly done, but I'll try to hold people's hands as best I can. Right. Just got it written down. Okay, so you'll log in. Don't worry about that. Welcome, that was my nickname. And you want to go account information. Now I've already made the accounts, but you'll click create new account. Requiem, you can only have 3, so it'll boot me out. And it's pretty similar to what you did creating the Warp Portal account. You'll just put in a game account name. This is not case sensitive, so don't worry about capitals. It's not important. It could be all in caps or not in caps. It'll still let you into the game with this ID. This is your game ID and a password, which will come up later when we open the game, the login screen. If you wanted to buy item mall, you go to power up. Notice this email address is not yet validated. Okay, so you'll have to validate your email, which will be a simple go to the email account, verify, click on this stuff. You can get Warp Portal points via credit card, Visa, MasterCard, PayPal, a few other options. When you do load item mall, it'll be available on any of the accounts here, 1, 2, and 3. So it won't be limited. Oh wait, no, I said that wrong. Am I still online? Is this all good? Let me double check. Cool. You load the item mall from your Warp Portal account to one of these accounts, and that's where you'll see your item mall. I'm not going to go into the nitty-gritty of that. I will tell you now though, you can load item mall through the Steam method, but most people don't like using the Steam method. You don't get as much item mall value through Steam, and there are other pains when it comes to making a Steam account. So I have showed you how to make a traditional account, which will benefit you in the long run, especially if you're going to buy item mall. Cool, so that's making an account. So I can close this now. So let's say you finish downloading and installing Requiem. You're going to go to your library in Steam and you're going to go to the properties for Requiem. This will just be the fastest way to get to where I want to be. Go to installed files, click on browse, and it'll take you to where it's hiding in your program files in Steam Apps Common Requiem. So this is important. This is how we're going to bypass the updater, so you can multi-client, which is really useful for moving items between characters, creating storage accounts and things like that. Again, stuff to benefit you in the long run, and it's just faster and it works better. Okay. All right. So you are going to want to go into the system folder. This is the actual XE. You can't just click on it. It doesn't work that way. You copy it. You can put this shortcut anywhere. Paste shortcut. I've already got one here. I'm going to go properties. And then you've got this. Now this isn't actually there. Okay, if you make a new shortcut, this isn't actually there. I'll do it over here. So paste shortcut. All right, so this is what it'll look like with nothing. So you are going to want to, you can type this yourself by just following the video and looking at it. But there is a section on the Discord, which I'll show you in a minute, where you can get all this information. But this is all just part of the video. So you want to put in all of these details. Make sure there is a space between those speech lines, I forget what they're called. And that will bypass everything, so you can multi-client, skip the updater. Now, every now and then, you are going to want to click on the updater to get updates. If you try to do this with the updater to multi-client, it will not let you. It'll boot your game if you've got one running. But that's how the game is updated. Not through Steam, but through this Updater USA, which would probably be a pain in the ass if you did not know that. And you can just press play from here. All right. How are we doing? So I think I just covered it. The Warp Portal account, bit of item mole, Steam. You've got it, it's downloaded. You can take this, copy it, and put it anywhere on your hard drive. It doesn't have to remain in here. It'll probably run better from your program files, but it doesn't really matter. So you can create multiple copies of this too, for whatever reason. Winky face. Okay, I can close that now. Done with all this. I don't need that. Close that. Okay, so this is the Discord. We've got this awesome Discord. It's called Fury's Requiem Majig Community Discord. You'll find a link to it on my YouTube channel. You also find a link to it on the official Requiem page. I think there's a link to it as well on the official Requiem Facebook. We've got a place for chat. We've got loads of community guides. We've got a section for builds, lore, print screens. Currently doing a Christmas community event, which is kind of fun because we don't have any Christmas event on this year because maintenance mode. I'm going to get into maintenance mode. Most action happens in the community chat. If you come on here, you can ask questions, you can talk to people, you can jump in the voice chat. We are, where is it? I'm an admin, so I've got a few extra privileges. Admin? Moderator? Something like that. The welcome announcements. Welcome. That's just the first page you'll see. Having a mental blank. Members. Here we are. We are at roughly 1,200 members, which is pretty good. Pretty good for Requiem. Anyway, I probably won't have to come on here too much because we are going to get into the game now. Gift cards too. I used to buy stuff at the store, such as Visa. Yeah, I would love a gift card, guys. I would keep it, especially a physical gift card copy for Warp Portal points. I would hold on to that as memorabilia. Thanks for joining, Fury. This is Fury, the boss, the creator of the Discord server, so welcome to the chat, even though just for a short bit. All right, I have covered everything. I am going to start this playthrough properly for people who are interested in what the game looks like and how to play. So ignore what's going on here. This is a unique client with a few adjustments made. Let's get into the game. There's so many things to cover. I need a name. I still don't have a name. Now my sound's turned off, so I'll turn that on. Awesome. Take this headset off now. Didn't really need that on. Okay, so the account that I've made for this series is a new account. Completely new account. Game capture is on, so I don't have to worry about alt tabbing anymore. Alright, so you can already see I've done some tests. You're not going to actually see my character in this playthrough. I've made my character invisible. You will see me in game. This is not the kind of exploit that will, you know, make me invisible and nobody can see me or touch me. But for the purposes of my playthrough, it's going to be very interesting. So we're going to click Create Character. And we are going to make a rogue. There are 4 races. Every race has a two lower classes that turn into later classes as well. So 2 lower classes, 4 total upper classes. One's a mage typically, and one's some sort of melee typically. So shaman warrior for Bartak, soul hunter rogue for Craxina, hunter battle mage for Zenoa, defender Templar for Tyrion. But we're just going to focus this playthrough on being a rogue, and we don't care about face or anything like that because we're going to be invisible for this playthrough. Alright, I need a name, guys. I haven't thought through of a name. Kiwilu. Way ahead of me. Kiwilu. I like it. Kiwilu. Look, I need a name. We're gonna be Kiwilu. It doesn't really matter, you're not gonna see my name. Let's see if somebody's already chosen the name. Nah. Alright, cool. Passcode. I'll just put one in that I usually use for my streaming. Don't want to give away my favorite pin, just in case I ever get hacked. There. This is going to be a video you can't skip. I recommend that you don't do anything. It might look like you've crashed and you might click multiple times and that will crash your game. So just let the video play. It is a very old inbuilt video, so enjoy.
I detected no irregularities.
Maybe Ernal sent a corrupt model.
Prepare my tools. We will have to look deeper. I'm telling you, Mortal Sea's progress is too fast. You set us something too advanced. You there. End the project now. Burn it if we have to.
Wake up. Get up. Get up. There is no time. We have to get out of here. Now.
I've had to listen to that way too many times. Alright, we're in. So we begin. Alright. There's a few things I should probably do. Can't hit escape to skip. It's never worked for me. It's always just made the screen go white. The audio keeps playing until you get through. Is that too loud? I'm gonna turn. You know what I'm actually gonna do? I'll just turn it down. Turn it down for now. It's actually quite loud in my headset. I'll turn that down for a bit because we've got a lot to talk about. I'll have to try it another time. If anybody else wants to try hitting escape when they get that intro video, go for it. I hope it works for you. It never worked for me, but I'll try it next time. Okay. Now, first thing I have to do, I have unique hotkeys. You could click on help and look through all this stuff. There is some cool stuff about the game. Such as some lore that you can look into, some pretty little pictures, and a couple other things. I'm not sure how relevant it all is, but, you know, that might be able to help you, but I'll just get rid of that. This is your daily login reward. That gets slightly better every day. If you get to 50-day logins, you get a free skill reset, which is a item more item, so that can help you save some dollary doos in the long run. So we're just gonna, because we're a completely new account, we're gonna click accept because this is useful. So is the megaphone. Just a little bit of lant. Now, I have keyboard. Now I've done stuff with my keys, so I'm going to reset them to default. And hope that I remember everything. So we're back on default. You could leave it like this, but I'm going to change all my keys and I'm just going to do that now. Was there a way to unassign these keys? I don't know. Turn left, move right. I think it was like this a second ago. So sorry, wrong one. Blah, blah, blah. Let me just check that. You got to turn to get the game going. Is that how I normally play? I don't think I normally play like that. Should have paid more attention. Move left, move right. No, that doesn't feel right. I normally don't worry about the strafe. I just have the turn, jump, walk. I have on Y. Fixed running. Usually on middle click. I'm not going to worry about it because it's not going to work. Stand X. Attack F. Pick up all items G. Don't worry about the pick up item button. Tab for nearest enemy. F. Alt F. I put character window on H. And I normally go... I don't want to accidentally press any of these keys because it's annoying. So we go... there. Number pad for bags. B for all bags. Left A, left alt. I'm not going to worry about that. I prefer retreat on Alt S. Alt A for attack. Not worried about manual. Maybe I will. Alt R. Map. Respond to Whistler I prefer over there on the little wiggle button. This is the important bit. C for sheath weapon. Get rid of the UI. That does matter. Quick slot 1 down to 7. So 7's where I start this. Q, E, R, T. No, that's not right. C, V, Q, E, R, T. because I find it just closer to my movement keys, so I get a lot more hotkeys in. Oh good, the music stopped. I can turn the volume up back to good spot. Just going to come back to this. There is a annoying sound in the game from the login screen that if you just come in from the login screen, you'll hear it constantly in the background. It's a watery fluid noise. So if you turn the volume off and back on within the game settings, you'll get rid of that. And then we'll hear the music again. Turn that down. To put your keys back. Future note for yourself to put your keys back when you're done. Open another client before you close your current one. Yeah, that's good advice. No worries, thanks for jumping in, Fury. Very good tips. A lot of stuff doesn't get saved, so the point he's making is you can go character screen and that'll force save stuff like hotkeys, stuff like settings that you've made, which we'll do in a second. So we're nearly done with the hotkeys. Quick slot page, we get pages, so that stays the same. Expansion quick slot. This is the ones that are next to it, so I take things a little bit further. And that's it. All right, I think that's good. Awesome. Now, this is your mount. We're going to throw that on F4. So this is the tutorial dungeon. There's a few things worth doing here, so we're going to continue through it. You don't have to. You can click on exit training at any time, and that'll take you directly to where we need to go anyway. You need to adjust your new body to proper combat. If your new body can't perform well, you will be a good meal for monsters. Try fighting these dummy goblins over there and figure out if your body has any malfunctioning parts. Now, these items have changed. If they're in the quests, though, they haven't. You get the original item from Season 2. We're kind of in Season 3 now with the relaunch and items and the way things work. So these are worth grabbing because they're completely unique to the game, and you can start using them at level 5, whereas the mob drops that you get, you can start using at level 20. So that's why we want to stick around and do some of this stuff. Now, again, the tutorial is going to lock your character in place, so you can't run around, you'll have to follow it. So tutorial, I want you to click that. This is showing off the compass system quests. So once you've got your little quest window here, get it out of the way and you can tick box it, and it will direct you with that pointer to pretty well that. And this is the map once you've got a quest in mind. It'll help you figure that sort of stuff out. Can help a lot finding where you need to go. So we're going to have to kill one of these goblins. Now this is a completely new account, so I have no honor levels for those who know what I'm talking about. So I'm not able to get extremely strong, extremely quick. The honor leveling is a system in the game that benefits the rest of your characters on the same account. So we'll look into that in a little bit when I can start leveling. We'll just continue with the quests. We are a rogue. We are probably going to benefit the most from a faster weapon, not dual swords in the early game. So I think we'll grab a one-handed sword. I hope that doesn't play awkwardly. Dual swords and claws. Oh man, I should have grabbed the dual swords. Oh well. We won't worry about it. Not going to work with the skill, so that was a mistake. Okay, from here you could continue. You just run into here. Should teleport you to the next spot. And what it wants you to do, once it loads properly, is reinforce this weapon that you've just picked up with these Zeons that you got from that quest. Which I'm not going to do because I'm not going to use this sword. My bad. You could keep killing some monsters, but there's really no point. You're better off just moving on. If you come out through this door, it'll teleport you to not the exact same location as if you hit the exit button. Teleports you out here. Where you can pick up the first main quest of the game. Hello, your body looks quite strong. Temporians must become the strongest. So you should train all the time and be careful not to be injured. What is a Temporian? Did you forget what a Temporian is? Okay, wait, I have a gift for you. I'll tell you who you are once you accept this gift. Some land. A Temporian is an artificial human with a reinforced body and mind created through unique scientific researches by the Ioxenic. You are reborn as a Temporian after making a special contract with Ioxenics. Temporian's duties are killing horrible creatures which were genetically altered by ion imbalance, and also excavate ancient artifacts of Sudakar, which flourished in the past. In summary, you are a guardian of all human beings and also a pioneer of the brilliant civilization. Do you understand what I'm saying? You've been successfully registered as a Temporian, so go and find your destiny. Now, there are people in front of me. You do. Grab quest. Huh? They're on the screen. What are they up to? Kill. First, I'll test you to figure out if you can survive this horrible land as a Temporian. I'll give you a simple mission now, so listen up. There are many monsters hanging around the path of the North Watch Tower. Gather 3 Desert Hound claws, 2 Gropey skins, 2 Paleo wings. Bring them to Manager Boriniu in the North Watch Tower with this letter of introduction. It should be quite easy for you, Temporian, so don't be so nervous. Move out. Probably going to keep that up. Okay. We're a little bit far away from where we want to be, so if you can't already tell, this whole playthrough is going to be played with the camera scrolled right in so you can see all the action. While we're on our way to step 1, here's 1 day click. Every day this resets. There is a way to exploit. You know what, I'll do it. How many of these do I got? 10, 6, I haven't got enough. Oops, back on my mount, please. I was too hasty. No, I'm not going to exploit it, but there is a way to exploit it. You could make a new character if you don't get the item that's going to help you the most. XP is probably going to help you the most. This changes every day. I think there are 3 versions of 1 day click. Costume would also be nice. Got HP recovery, that's not the end of the world. Okay, so I didn't need to come in here just yet. We'll go do some little bit of killing. Now out here, the paleos in this first area drop pretty well the best XP by a small margin, so that's what I would recommend beating up on. Put our return spell over here. I'm not 100% sure on whether I'm going to grab quick attack, but we're not going to touch fighting will because it's just a accuracy buff, and accuracy doesn't really do a lot in this game, especially by end game. So we're going to grab this first skill, which will help us just a little bit. When you level up, you'll get all your mana back, and you'll get all your HP back. So the first few kills are not going to really matter all that much. I am going to check chat. Awesome. Oh, my bad. I need to turn the volume back up. Level 5. We could equip this sword, but I don't think it'll let me use my skill. So, oopsie daisy. Bad sword. Naughty. I could just get a skill reset later. There's not an awful lot of options. It's not like I have AoE straight off the bat. I'm only going to put one skill point into a lot of these skills. So, in order to not suck for the first 50 levels of the game, we are going to put some serious effort into our first event flower. I'm going to put effort into quick attack. So we have a Valentine's event on, that's been on since Valentine's, so what, May, March, something like that. Because the game is in maintenance mode, they've just left the event running. So we haven't had Halloween event, we don't have a Christmas event running, which is a bit of a bummer. But it is what it is. Making the most of it. In the meantime though, these flowers are really useful, so collect them. Can't do anything with it just yet, but keep holding on to this sort of stuff. And just keep ticking off these quests as you go. You've got your trophies, your dead hounds. When you level up, you'll get a flag, and it's a very quick way to... I just killed something that was quest related, so I got rid of it. The other way, other than that flag button, is to open your quest menu, which is an icon over here. You can click on available quests, and you can search within like a 20 level gap quests. So I'll just start from 1, and you can look up quests within those level ranges and just grab them. I'm probably not going to read every single quest. There are some quests probably worth reading for a little bit of story. Yeah, I'm just going to focus on playing the game. I'm sorry. There's a lot of pointless stuff. I'll grab the happy hour quest in advance. Don't need those quests, they're just minuscule little bits of XP and lament. Okay, let's go. How much lament have we got? Wouldn't mind killing a little bit more. Right, let's talk about honor. Honor is going to completely change your character from everything being really difficult. Look at me now, I've got 125 HP, I've got 60 mana. It's going to change drastically. You've seen how long it takes me to kill mobs? This is going to change drastically once we start leveling up our honor. So come over here. When this is green, you've got honor turned on. Instead of getting XP points, you will get honor points, which will stop you from leveling, which is really handy if you're going to keep your character at a set level for farming reasons. Or whatever reason you have in mind. You will immediately level up quite a bit. And you will go to learn honor skill. This is in the character screen, which is what I set the page. I like it being nearby. And yeah, learn honor skill, and these are all your honor skills, and they're just passives that boost your gameplay. quite a bit. So the first thing I would put a point into is probably melee damage if you're a melee character, or magic damage if you're a mage. This will count for long range and short range damage. And that will make killing very different, very quickly. You can only level your honor to a matching level, so I can probably, if I had enough honor points, I'd be stuck at 6 because I'm level 6. But your honor level also has to match. I think it's like every 10 levels or 11 levels, that sort of thing. So I can, that's why I've got honor level 2, and it won't let me get there until I get to 31. Which I'm almost at. A couple kills will get us there. Each level contributes points, so I've got heaps of points. Once this is at 10, level 11 and 12 consecutively will be 2 points per level, and then 30 it's 3 points per level, and then 40 it's 4 points per level. So diminishing returns. So the first 10 levels are cheap, and you can get it all the way up to like 99 or something along those lines. At the highest levels, this scale is really, really high. There might be some players in the game right now with maxed honor, but it's not normal to have maxed honor. It's sort of there, so you've got something to do even when you've finished leveling up and got all your gear. You've got something to gain. So melee damage. This one's +1 to all stats, which will increase damage, so why not? Strength increases melee damage, so we'll increase that as well. Dexterity increases physical crit rates, and we will use long range damage. This will increase long range damage. We will use a bow eventually, so we'll increase that. Constitution increases HP and HP recovery. We'll definitely increase that. So already, there's our new chunk of HP. Regen. Regen is really scarce without honor in the early game. It's pretty slow. So honor points really transforms that. Killing these paleos for some honor, early game honor, is not a bad way to get this ball rolling. Totally okay to increase the XP. A little bit of XP will add up over time. Item drop is a good one to grab. I wouldn't worry about lance. I'm not sure if this even works. It's pretty minuscule. That doesn't matter. Pretty soon we'll have 1,000,000 lance, so 10 lance, 100 lance per kill, whatever, is not going to add up all that fast to it. Don't worry about it. And as we level up, just keep updating all this. This one's pure HP, we'll grab that. We'll increase mind, because mind gives us mana regeneration, which does matter. We won't increase intelligence, because we're not a mage. That would normally increase magic damage and magic resistance. That's not something we're really worried about right now, so we'll just not touch that. Not using block, so we won't use that. Evasion, however, is surprisingly overpowered for the first 60-70 levels of the game, so we'll increase that. And we will save some points when it comes to putting it on accuracy or crit for now, because we've actually run out of points. Okay, let's kill another paleo, and we'll just keep talking about stuff in general. Grab some scroll quests in a minute. Grab that. Ooh, another Rouge. We'll just keep collecting these. Some items are bound, and you'll have to like click on the item and pick it up. You could buy a pet, which will automatically pick up those sort of items, which is really handy. We are done with honor for now. We're just going to leave it there, because now we're feeling a lot stronger. Most people who start this game don't know honor's there, and have a much harder time playing the game because of it. You really are gonna suffer if you don't. Let's sell some stuff now. Any vendor can sell stuff to. So let's make some room. This you have to click and drop to sell, no other way. You can do that with anything, but you can also right click and sell on some items. Most items will work that way. We'll just sell these mob drops, they're not really that useful. Potions are useful. I'll put that on 4, especially with so much HP, but that could be useful, I might use it. Get rid of that starting sword. You could sell these flowers for a little bit of land at the start of the game, but we're not going to. All of this gear is not really good. It's all been, the level's been changed. It's just not the ideal gear. When we get to level 20, we don't want this gear anyway. So it's just a little bit of early game lance. That's how I see it. Alright. Just like my last playthrough, we're going to go and grab some scroll quests and enjoy doing a few extra quests, because newer players are going to want to look around a little bit and complete some stuff. You definitely don't have to do quests. So this is the agent. There's agents in most towns and cities. And you can purchase scroll quests, which will become more relevant later in the game. And you have to open them up. They may contain a little bit of interesting trivia, lore, information, people's names, what's going on in the game. So if you're interested in little bits of story and little bits of lore, you might find something. Sometimes there's an item reward in the quest. There's a few in the game worth mentioning, but we're going to discover them as we play through the game together. Don't spam click these. If you click these too fast, they won't register properly, so give it like half a second, 1 second. As you'll probably find out if you were, you know, just playing this for the first time. Yes, first person. Welcome, Tiny. I hope you get a nice Christmas present parade in your mailbox. I'm going to assume you're the same Tiny. Alright, back to the game. So, new quests. Scroll quests register in a different... You've got a limited number of quests you can grab. So, 6 out of 10 scroll quests and 0 out of... Well, currently 9 out of 30 total quests. But I don't think scroll quests count. So you can have like, what, 40 quests? I don't know. Doesn't matter. That is important later when it comes to leveling up. Limited number of quests that you can pull. I'm going to go to the bank clerk. This is for that quest we picked up earlier from the quest window, but if I didn't take it that way, pretty sure you just grab that quest from the same NPC. I'm going to grab that first additional bag. You can get 5 additional bags, or 4, actually technically 5, but it will limit you to 5. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. You get 5 bags for free. If you want more bags, you have to purchase them with item mall. You might be able to get it in-game through a trade or something like that, so you don't have to have cash. You can do everything in this game without item mall, provided that somebody else is gonna buy item mall. When you do, though, do not purchase the 8-bag expansion. That would be a waste of item mall. Once you have 5 bags, which happens very early on, by like level 14, you can have 5 bags. Or by like 17, 18, you'll definitely have 5 bags, I think. No, you can have them even earlier than that. I think like level 12, actually. So it's not a big deal. Once you have 5 bags, you can just use this item, the bag expansion 3 slot, to get your 8 bags, which does make life much better. While I'm looking at item mall, if you were going to, I would recommend possibly buying XP for a day. This will expire from the time you get it. When 3 days is up, it's gone. So you would want to play a lot within that time, but it's not too much item mole, and you can get a lot of benefit out of it. Wouldn't worry about any of the tools or battle points to begin with. Wouldn't worry about lament. That's really an end game thing if you're going to ever do it at all. An item reduction tool could be super helpful though, for Xeons to help you reinforce. These are Xeons. Don't worry about forging this early on. You can do it all for free. You don't need any of this stuff, especially early on. Just restart your character if you're this far in and you want to change your name. Don't worry about your DNA and your skill reset, you know. Play to at least level 50 plus before you worry about that. Probably just restart your character if you feel like you have to within like 20-30 levels. If your skills feel that shit. We'll get there eventually. These are your pets. So they're really awesome. They level up as they're on. So when you've got them on and you're in game, they will level up over time as you AFK or as you play the game. They will give you a lot of little boosts, starting with a boost to your XP. It's 30 days. This is probably worth more than that 30% XP boost that I mentioned before. They start really cute, and as they level up, they change in appearance and become a little bit cooler. I'm just going to say cooler. They do make a lot of AFK noises, though, which can be really annoying after a while. Some of them have some pretty annoying noises. I think Brain Death might be one of the less annoying noises. Grim Reaper, if you don't mind a dog barking. Cinco, I think it's pronounced actually, but I've always said Kinko. The dragon sounds awful because it's a bird squawking. The Lazio is a horse. It makes a sort of horsey neigh sound. It's actually really annoying. It'd be nice to turn that off. But outside of the annoying noises, the boosts are really nice and they pick up items for you. When they expire, you just have to buy a pet period extension to continue. Don't get a greater Ioxenic mystery box. It's a waste of time. You can boost the level of your pet with Itemals, so you can skip all the AFK time, which will add up. You probably need 60 days to level 10 for free. Don't buy keys. You don't buy mounts. Don't. We've got an event on. Don't buy mounts. Costume. I'm going to buy a costume later for this character because that's going to help. I'd probably recommend the costume too. If you're completely new to the game, the extra 500 HP is significant. I'm at 300 right now, even with my honor. And the recovery is nice too. And you might find it sexy, cute, cool, something like that. There's a ton of costumes you can pick at the moment. It's all pretty old school. 30 days for a small boost to your character. Later on, the boost is pretty insignificant. But early game, probably worth it. It's only 150 more. That's like $1. Premium is a huge boost to your character, and it expires as you play the game. So if you have a 1-day premium item like this, it's 24 hours of in-game time. If you log out, the time is saved, so you can maximize the use of that 24 hours. This works really badly with pet, because you want to obviously AFK level your pet. So premium, super useful, but it's actually kind of expensive, so I don't recommend it for a lot of people. But if you've got money to throw around, go for it. But I'd probably focus on your pet first. We've covered bag expansion, and this is the appearance change box item where if you purchase it, you get 2 randomizers for face, 2 randomizers for hair, and a sex change item. So maybe you want to change something about your character. Magic sticks, don't worry about it. So that's pretty well it for item mole on a new character. This is the bank. You can deposit land and share it between characters on the same account. You have a joint account, which you share between your other characters on this account, which can be useful if you don't want to multi-client. And you have a bank. So nothing I really want to put in the bank, but you know, it's just extra storage space that you can only access while you're at the bank. I really have nothing to sell to the auctioneer right now, but I will show you the auctioneer. There's an auctioneer in some towns and all the cities. You can look up what people are selling and buy stuff or sell stuff. Not very important right now. When I have something to sell, I will come here. When I have stuff to buy, I will come here. It's all going to be way out of my price range right now. There's a mailbox which we've run past a few times. Not going to worry about it. And now I'm going to show you two cool things. All right. I'm going to start with the Ioxenic Equipment Manager. This is a new addition to the game to make new players' lives easier. Now that we have our extra bag, I'm happy to buy these. This will be what we use at level 10. And there's other items here as well. Let's grab these dual swords. And let's grab a set of armor. So we just have it already available. Now, there is another option which I used to use before this NPC was added to the game. And I will show you it to talk about it just shortly because there's still a point to it. There's no way you would know about these NPCs unless you were looking around anyway, so I might as well show you. You get some weapons from this guy, it's pretty similar. It's not as good though. These rental equipments or whatever they're called, they're not really rental. I think they were called that at one point. Free lent equipment by Ioxenic. They're bound on acquired, that's the main difference. These aren't bound on acquired, so you could like share them with another character. Could be handy once they're enchanted. They can't be reinforced, but they can be enchanted. So that's going to change the way we play the game and make us a lot stronger in the early game once we have a few enchants. So you can buy similar gear over here. And you can do it again for level 20. And there's an NPC like this in a lot of cities and towns throughout the game. It really won't matter, but early in the game it matters. I'm going to buy a couple pots. And we're not going to worry about mana pots because we've now got tons of mana recovery and we're not a mage, so we're not reliant on mana nearly as much. Okay. Now we have a bunch of quests we can do. Hounds, crayfish, gropies, paleos. Alright. We've switched back to normal XP. And we're gonna... Is there a reason? Oh, we're on our mount, that's why. Alright, we're gonna do some killing for a little bit. I'm gonna check chat. Nice. It'll be good when you get back, and it'll be good to hear about what happens with your mailbox, how full it gets with Christmas presents. So I've done some wizardry to the client so that I can make my character look invisible. It's been fun to play around with. I've done some wizardry before. I was considering keeping my hands, my gloves in the game, so to speak, so I could be somewhat expressive, but the more I experimented, the more I wanted to do this and just be in like complete first person. The reason I've picked Rogue is I'm looking forward to the dash skill and using it like this with no hotkeys and just... Yep, running up to things, hitting it, diving in, dashing, getting good at dashing, and just, I think it's going to be visually stimulating and kind of fun to play the game from a different point of view. But of course, I won't always play like that, because I might need to see where my cooldowns are, or my HP. I'm not going to be able to tell my HP any other way. Don't think double XP is working anymore. Anybody can confirm that for me in the chat. So you'll have to kill more mobs to progress through the game. Because we're doing scroll quests, that's not going to be a problem. Scroll quests will force you to explore a little bit more and get more item drops, which is really good. Level-specific item drops from global drops, such as accessories, which we haven't gotten any yet, drop from little level-specific mobs. So mobs between level like 1 and 10 will drop things like a ring or an earring, which are like around level 5, level 8 items. Whereas once we're outside of this area, we will be getting different items, so we won't get that ring anymore. Accessories are really useful in the early game for boosting damage. So if we are lucky enough to get a ring while killing these monsters, that would be really good. I know for a fact that I need more XP to actually get to level 10 for the next area. I'm not going to focus on honor at this point in the game. But just to talk about honor for a little bit, I want to see this on new accounts at 100 before pushing beyond this area. So once you start going over here, you should probably have level 100 honor for all the benefits that come with it. New level, so you can click on that flag icon and you can pick up stuff. This is another bag quest, and there is a second bag quest there, but it requires that we go to another map, which you could do for extra bag space. We're not going to do it though, because we don't have tons of lamp, although I could sell that. We've got a love bouquet, which is another Valentine's global drop event item, which is really useful, and we do not want to get rid of it. Not yet. I'm going to hold on to that. And we might hold on to that too. As an emergency pot. Pots have separate cooldowns in this game. This sort of pot, which you get from global drops and from the peddlers, has its own cooldown time, so you can't use the level 0 one with the level 10 one with the level 31, it'll share a cooldown. But the monster drop version of a pot has its own cooldown, so you can use them together for a boost, an immediate boost. If you're just about to die, you can grab 112 HP back from these two pots, which, you know, that's a significant chunk at this level of HP. Not that it's a problem, obviously, right now. Paleos. We've got to kill some paleos. And then we'll probably see if we've got enough XP to move on from this area. White chocolate. Sure you can guess where that comes from. Another Valentine's event item. That we will hold on to. It's not really useful, but we'll hold on to it because it'll stack up to 1,000. And we're done with these quests. No quests at level 8. That's all done. We didn't get an accessory, and that's okay. We will just move on. Not a big deal. Coming up to North Watchtower. This is our bag quest.
Yo.
Extra bag. I'm not gonna sell the love bouquet yet. If I get a second one, then I would sell that. I'm not gonna sell the ring yet, because I just understand how useful a flying mount is, so I'm gonna hold on to it for a bit longer. I'm okay with I don't have anything to really reinforce, so I'm not going to worry. about reducing these items. I'll say it now. I should have showed you. It doesn't really matter. There's remember the vendors I was showing you with the items, the level 10 items? You can purchase a ring from a peddler in Kurt, and it's from the NPC, so you can purchase. You can just fill up your whole bags if you've got land. You can go to the reduction smith and you can reduce it for 1 to 2 basic Xeons, and you can do that quite repetitively to get all the simple basic Xeons you need to reinforce your gear in the early game, if you were to really want to do that. I don't think you need to, but you know, like when the game relaunched, I did that because I knew I could get from A to B faster when nobody else had anything and everybody was racing around trying to get strong quick. I knew that little trick to get Xeons and make them myself. Because the cost to reduce all these items is stupid, unless you've got stupid amounts of land. I'm just going to sell, because none of this is that good. You can make an item with this, but it's not really worth farming, because you'd have to stick around the low levels a lot longer to get 1,000 to turn into an item, and you might not get that item anyway, because it's a randomized item when you make it. It's useful though, so later we'll be showing you that, but in the meantime, it's a good little boost to your early land. We want to make room in our inventory because we are going to start farming pretty soon. Both honor and red Xeons. Very important. We really don't need mana pots. Dropping off the Temperian's Way quest. Yeah, I'm not going to talk about the story all that much. Just mention it in passing. Most scroll quests will just have a boring copy-paste answer. You will not get an awful lot of XP or land from these early scroll quests, but they scale a lot better later on, and are definitely worth doing later on. Golem fragments, that's in the area we're about to enter. I'll happily grab them. I'll probably be level 9 before too long. And level, what's that, 10? And level 11. Hey, yo, players. Yeah, there's been players, hasn't there? I've seen a few players today. Turn these quests on, so we have something to do. Okay, so some goblins, some pezzers, gotta do some Zybolts, golem fragments. It's all pretty straightforward. Go do the goblins first. They're pretty easy to kill. Leveling up quick attack, so we attack faster with our AA. And we are on our mount. I've never paid that much attention to what these guys are wearing. We did do one to click. Battlefield, if I can. Union. That'd be interesting. Grab the quest for it, so there's no point popping into main battle. do that later. How much XP are we getting? Let's have a look at what that looks like on our honor. Not that good. We'll wait till we're farming higher level area. Okay, that's the goblin done. Another flower. Now we're going to go kill some pezzers. Just keep going towards the beach, really. We might start farming reds, actually. I'm going to try and be level 10 before we start Temperion's Way, because then we can do, then we don't have to kill Zybolts as much. Because you have a level 10 quest to kill Zybolts. Here are some Pezzers. They are actually mutated fish that fly now. I think Pez is Spanish for fish or something along those lines. Ooh, Zenobia coin. These drop every now and then in global drops. Some monsters it's a guaranteed drop. They used to be pretty useful before Lant inflated so much. You could get lucky and get 1,000,000 Lant. 100,000 would be really nice. 10,000 would be okay. Everything else is pretty chump. It can block your inventory up a fair bit. Because you can't delete these items. Not sure if I said that before. You have to sell them. And be careful, there are a handful of items in this game that you can't sell, can't delete, can't get rid of at all, so it'll end up in your bank or something like that if you don't know. Like, honestly, you could probably not get a Rex, but I probably will. What with the Valentine's event? Apparently, you can be aggroed. Kill this brutal prisoner. These items, they're really not that useful unless they're a potion early game. I still haven't even used any of my potions. If I didn't have honor points, I would definitely be using my potions. Every one of these mobs, I probably wouldn't even be able to kill a Pez without honor. I was testing it earlier and these mobs were like, you know, taking almost all my HP to kill. And probably about 10-15 hits to kill. Whereas now they're nothing. We don't even have gear. Some monsters will have skills. The Desert Pez has a charged up attack. One more of them, it would seem. Sure, all done. Okay, I'm gonna try and bypass going around. And I'm gonna try climbing this hill. And here we are, Alrima Prison. An important location. I'm gonna offer the mount. Hopefully nobody else is farming right now. This is actually an area for farming. These workshop miners are pretty tough. We are going to attempt to farm some honor off of them, because they will drop better XP because they are an elite mob. I didn't show you before, but I'll show you in a minute. There are better classes you could pick to start this process and farm these mobs. Like a shaman would probably be 2-hitting them already by this level, and as you can see, that was pretty tough. You're going to get a whole heap of reds. Reds sell for a nice chunk of land and they stack up to 1,000. So early game, this is significant. This is good for when you've got in the thousands land. To be able to get more land is pretty good. Okay, we leveled up, nothing worth grabbing yet. What was the XP like? Raise this a little bit. Actually, they do aggro, so about 2 times slightly better. 4, 5, 4, 5, too slow. Well, now's a good time. I'm not going to explain why I'm in the corner of the map, but I'm in the corner of the map. Okay, I don't want you to use these unless it's absolutely necessary, but I'm going to use it to demonstrate what they do. This you got at the start of the game. This is a simple self AED. And it will respawn you without having to go to your resurrection location. We're going to be slightly more careful not to pull a second mob. We need the honor levels right now. And we need to increase this as well. So this is your short range defense. Add to that. That should change the dynamic a little bit. Should take a lot more hits. And pay closer attention to other monsters. Man, what a struggle. Now, you can't see what I'm doing, so I'll show you. Say hello to my character. You won't see him too often. When you're damaged, you can sit down. Its default is X, and I keep it that way. When you're sitting down, you will recover your HP at the correct amount, not 50%. When you're running, it's 50%. When you're in combat, it's 0. Mana will recover while you're in combat at a slower rate, I believe, but it'll still recover. And again, when you're sitting down, you'll get more mana recovery as well. So makes sense to go and sit down when you're out of combat. Because I can't see my character, that makes it a lot harder to note if I'm sitting down and whether I'm out of combat. I will not have to do that too often, I hope. I really hope my volume is not too loud for all the whacking going on in the game versus my voice. Checking some volume. Now, as we get more honor, we get a lot stronger. That. More points to go yet. That. Critical. But we need these enchants. See this one in particular? That'll change our lives a lot, having more armor. So a couple of them will be really good because we will put them into our level 10 armor set very soon. We're going to focus on honor because level 10 isn't going to change our lives that much, whereas more honor is. Couple small changes, and instead of dying, we're at half HP now, so that's significant improvement. Might get an accessory too, which would be nice. One advantage to skill targeting versus AA attacks is if you can land the skill, if you select it and it can be used, it will be used even if the opponent is not quite in front of you, whereas AA can be a little bit harder to line up and land. It'll happen automatically, which is nice, but it can be harder to actually pull up. I don't think I explained that really well, but you will notice when you're playing the difference between being able to land a skill attack versus an auto attack. I personally prefer a skill spamming character, which from now on I will refer to as SS, and auto attack as AA. Alright. Cool. Alright, I'm gonna, now that I can have level 6 honor, I'm going to switch my honor to XP again, and see if I can get that level 10 happening. Where is that one? Where's that miner? That one there. He looks like a target. Obviously, one benefit to your skills would be that you can increase their damage, so it's bonus damage on top of what would already be your auto attack AA damage. We got our first accessory. It's the wrong kind of accessory, but you know, shit happens. We want the solid bracelet. We got a meditation one, which is for mages. It's not the end of the world though. You can sell it, so I reckon we'd be able to sell that on AH later. These guys respawn about every minute. I haven't explained them that well. These mobs are unique because they drop these red Xeons, these enchant Xeons. They drop them frequently. Like they, as you've seen, they drop in like 4s and 5s per kill. Lovely. Come on, hit him. Normally they drop like 1 every like 50 kills from any regular mob, so this is a huge increase in drop rate for red Xeons. There's a few other places in the game where a monster will drop these extra Xeons, but this is like really, really early on and really, really beneficial to what we need. I might go grab Happy Hour actually. I've probably got the lamp. We'll fill our inventory and try to hit level 10, which will be a few more kills. And then we'll go to Nova from here. Where's this set to? Kurt Village. I can put up with that. That's not too annoying. Ooh, yeah. Okay, our inventory is full and we didn't level up. That's okay. Because I got a simple compression Xeon, which will drop every like 100 kills. If you're lucky, you'll get one early on in the game, and if you're lucky, it'll reduce into a lot of Xeons. We are going to delete to make room. Put that somewhere useful. That's not so useful. Quite leveled up yet. Just want to make a little bit more room so I can grab stuff. Might sell that love bouquet yet. Just want to get that level up. So again, these monsters are harder and you can tell because they've got the skull icon. next to their name. That technical term is called an elite. Awesome. I will sort this all out soon. Going a little deeper into Prison Mine, this area is dangerous if it's nighttime with the red icon, because you'll have nightmare monsters, but they're not really that much harder than those Prison Workshop miners, so it's not really a problem. Just don't attack the King Mushroom. He's a boss, never used to really be here. You might see... I'll have that, whatever that is. You might see some endgame players here. This is a daily quest to kill this guy. And you might be a good place to get a party buff to boost your to make you a lot stronger. Or possibly get something useful. Maybe they can throw you a million lamp if you ask nicely. Here is a teleport location. You can teleport off this guy. I am going to... So this is the main city of the game. We are in Novalux Parnas city. Beautiful place. Beautiful place. Lots of important stuff. Lots of hustle and bustle. This is the main map. It's the next major map of the game. It's huge. We're gonna have a lot of fun here later. This is the Ioxenic transport agent, whatever they call it. Ioxonic registrar. Set your return location. You can do this at a lot of wing riders in the game now. When we die, we can return here, or we can use our return skill to come here, and it has a 30-minute cooldown, so that's really helpful. We've got a few things we want to do, but we are going to get Happy Hour. If you remember when I first showed the quest search, level 1 is a quest called Happy Hour. Well, supply crate. We're going to call it Happy Hour. Yeah, Happy Hour. You can get this temporary item that for 3 hours boosts either your XP, your land drop, your battle points, or item drop. Now, if you're new, I honestly recommend XP over item drop, because you really need those honor points as soon as possible to streamline your game. Item drop would be my second choice, and is a good choice, because getting a solid ring, a solid bracelet, any accessories really early on is a big deal. And if you get any of these valentines items, are also really useful. If I had a love ring, I would be laughing right now. But instead of a love ring, I got a bouquet. Thanks for the flowers, Requiem. Thanks. It'll pay to organize your inventory. We are going to hold on to reds no matter what. Reds are super useful, super valuable. Can still sell them at any point in the game for a freaking shitload of lance. So I recommend holding on to your reds. Not that we're going to have stacks anytime soon, because once we level past a certain point, those mobs that we were fighting earlier aren't going to drop anything for us for quite some time. Oh, we're done. Happy hour, check. Return spell, check. Okay. Do I care? No, I don't care. Let's make some room. Let's just clean up, because we're going to end up farming again soon. We'll keep that. It's useful. Sell that. Sell that. Sell that. If you farmed 1,000 of these, you'd be able to go make an item. I'm not excited about said item, so we'll sell it. Really not. It's just so not worth it. An extra 3 damage isn't terrible, but I'm still going to sell it. It might help just that little bit. We're going to move on to bigger, better pots, because they share a cooldown, but they're better. Just a longer cooldown, but we only need them in a pinch this early on. It's worth keeping an eye out for a level 15 future weapon, especially because we didn't get the correct level 5 weapon at the start of the game. Still gonna go with these dual swords for now. Claws would also work. So for this character, dual swords or claws. With lots of land, we could reduce this for simple Xeons to help us reinforce our gear, but we're not going to worry about that. Okay. So let's change our gear over. So here we are. Our level 1 nothing gear. And we're going to change it. You can double click. You can click and drag it over, or you can right click and equip. Now this stuff's totally useless, so we'll just delete it. Won't sell for anything. And the extra armor is going to account for something. The extra HP. This gear comes with some con, which is really nice. You've got a better weapon that's going to hit a lot harder, and you got your first headband, which is really, really, really nice. We'll probably actually enchant while we're here, eh? Grab the happy hour second. And we can pop these scroll quests that we grabbed ahead of time. Got some gentle peasants to kill again. Let's just put this stuff up a bit so it's neater. Cool. What do we got? Ooh, I got 5 of these. That actually covers every single piece of armor. If you didn't have armor, evasion. Do I have evasion? I should. Very common Xeon. Grab a physical Xeon. Don't have evasion. What's the accuracy say? 50. So you can get a evasion Xeon, which would have 50 evasion, and 50 evasion's not too bad either. It works very similarly to armor in the early game as a mitigator for damage. But I personally prefer armor, although that's probably nothing. Why can you see me? Oh, because I took my thing off. That makes sense. Alright. We are going to enchant our stuff. Let's start with our chest so we can go invisible. Okay, so we got some Xeons. This is how you enchant. This is an enchant smith. Enchant. Chest. Xeons. This thing. This slot is for an improvement Xeon, something that might make the failure rate less, increase your success chance. This is fixed, the enchanting success rate. We've got 42% bonus sort of event on at the moment, and we'll probably continue to have on indefinitely based on the current state of the game. How do you like my back muscles? Anyway, and yeah, when first enchant slot is absolutely 100%, no need for an event. Second one is like 90. So is it? Yeah. So the event helps, and then it drops to like 70. So again, the event helps, and it drops to like 60, etc. And then it gets worse. And the maximum enchants is 8 for end game, late game gear. So not really important right now, but that's my quick tutorial. Urara Vera. Bye bye back muscles. And then we'll just keep going. We don't have to stay here much longer. Forge will bore you. Definitely. The necessary evil. Alright, these Okay, we've run out of Xeons. How much land do we have? Is it enough to reduce this? I think not. Okay, see that NPC over there? He sells stuff. Sell our love bouquet. Wow. No flying mount. I will now need a new love bouquet and a ring. Okay. Oh, come on. I could have got 900. I got like 168. Spewing. Oh well. It's a start. Let's go to the enchanter. Armor. It gave us what we need to fly. I'm curious as to whether the enchant will go through the invisibility exploit. Nope. Weapons have a cool detail where they will gain an effect when they're enchanted, and that effect will change in appearance more elaborately, more cool. If it's max enchanted, it will have the full effect. So an 8/8 endgame weapon has a really cool effect, and you can see the difference. So it's shiny, and we like shiny things, don't we? So I just wanted to show that. The extra damage is fine. It's a level 10 weapon with only one enchant slot. If I was fortunate enough to get a short range defense doubled down level 1, I would have put that on it. I was fortunate enough to get a fire property damage level 1, I would have put that on it because it would have been better. And I'll show you later. But for now, that's plenty. That's good. Did we die? We did, but we didn't lose anything. Everything done? I think so. Alright, let's move on. Let's go get happy hour. That's our little bit of forge done. If you're wondering, my auto run might look weird at times, and it's because with this exploit, the middle mouse button for auto run doesn't work. So I've set a macro up on my middle mouse button to hold the W button down for me, which I have to remember to click to stop running. Or I will keep running. So, we are dropping off happy hour. For those of you who remember Big Bubba Kunt, he used to stand here. Rest in peace, Big Bubba. Okay, here we are. Now, there's an agent here, which is nice. We are going to grab happy hour. XP. So we'll get 30% more XP. Fun fact, the happy hour can be stacked. So if you're close to the reset time and you know that to be the case, which you could figure out on the Discord and keep track of it, you can grab this item, let the game reset, and then grab it again. And you'll have 60% XP boost for 3 hours, roughly, which is pretty neat. Okay, so really, really, really helpful if you've got limited time and you've got that time slot available to you to level up. We will now drop some of these scroll quests off. I'm gonna grab... Oh, they're way too far ahead. Now, from here, the return spell could be useful, but I'm going to go to Nightmare Crescent. I'm also going to drop by the auction house on the way through Novalarks to sell this bracelet. It'll be a good little tutorial on how to use the auction house. And I think we will be able to farm some nightmare monsters soon, which have an increased chance of giving us those weapon enchants I was talking about earlier. Not many people remember that about nightmare monsters. Alright, I always like looking at what's being sold. Never know, might get excited. Let's, for the fun of it, because we have a little bit of land, let's actually look. So here's the grade. You can select ordinary, and that'll bring us down to, you know, gear that we can use. Now we don't have a lot of lands. They're 4 pages, so that's plenty to look through and see what's up. There's a ring for 1,000,000 land. Already OP. Or a mage. See, that's really good. I'm probably going to get one later anyway, but that's kind of what I want to see. The Dura Lentis is the next version. Beyond the blue one, the green one is the next one up. Very powerful. Lot of crappy. So my plan is to sell this, but if nobody was selling any of these items, I'd sell it for like 50k, maybe 100k, maybe even 500k, because, you know, some poor sucker might buy it if there was none else to buy. It doesn't look like that's going to be my situation. What? Oh man, gimme! I want that. Gimme, gimme, gimme. It's even got the armor enchants on it, man. I don't have enough land. Help. Alright. Let's just look at solid, because we've seen it all now, so we can look at it. Level 14. So little land. I'm just going to buy them anyway. So that was the belt. Just going to buy them anyway, in case they, for whatever reason, don't drop. Yeah, there's no way I'm going to get anything with this much land beyond that, but hey, that's something. Oh, I was going to sell that bracelet. Let's just look up meditation, so we can see if anybody else is selling. Somebody is, for a whopping 5k land, so we will sell ours for 4,999. Okay. The period's set to 3 days. I wish they had a 7-day option. It should be 1, 3, and 7. Minimum bid affects how much it costs to put up. I could have made that 1, but it's really insignificant at 5. Max price, and there's a few other tricks. You can set it up to be a bidding only, no day limit, etc. thing. Right. I was actually surprised to see 4 pages worth of anything in the ordinary range. Don't think there's any other reason to be in Novolux now. Keeping the return spell available because I want to use it to get back to Novolux after we're in Nightmare Crescent. Going to Nightmare Crescent. Available 1 for this quest that I said not to do, but we're going to do it. We're going to do it anyway. One of these NPCs will take us to Nightmare Crescent, but this is going to take longer, so we're going to go to Zacate. This is the second city in the game. It's part of Turba. When we get all the way down here, that's Zacate. There's where we started. We're just gonna move around a little bit. Ignore that. We'll use the quest window to get that quest. Ignore that quest. Don't look at the exclamation mark. It's not important. Rondel. Londel. Way back in the day, this was one of the starting locations. You could select between this location and Turba. Alright, get on our bike. Glad I have the weather effects turned on. Nightmare Crescent is a tough place. Wouldn't recommend it at all as a completely new player. The monsters here are all nightmare monsters. which you'll see soon in the game. So they're a lot tougher. They're tougher than elite monsters. They hit harder than elite monsters. A lot of their aggro patterns are brute and aggressive, so I wouldn't come here until you've got some strong gear. But they drop great XP and they drop good loot. So we are now in Rondel. There is a map, but it's not going to show correctly. But there is a map which will help you get around. It can be confusing around this corner here. Get a bit turned around and lost. The scroll quests here have a much better scaling, so later on in the game I would come here to do scroll quests to get those extra XPs. And we've still got stuff like this lovely lady here for, you know, you got all the same sort of stuff. A forge, AH, all those sort of things, bank clerk. Pretty sure we'll use the compass. This bag quest is up here. You don't have to do this bag quest. You can just level up a little bit more, and there's a bonus bag quest in Turba. But because we are farming reds and honor from them, I want the extra bag now. Okay, we're done in this area. So let's use the return spell. Oh my goodness, we are crashing. No? Oh, I thought we were crashing. Oh, it's so weird not seeing the effects. I'll get used to that, eh? Everything was so still. And then we'll go to Kurt. That'll be close enough. Okay. Man, I wish I had a flying mount. That would be a little bit better. A little bit faster to get around. We will eventually. Okay, the goals now are to do some of these scroll quests, level up. So when you over level, when you're higher level than your monster counterpart, when you're within 10 levels, it's when you're, I think, 2 levels above, you'll, when they're, how do I say this? Okay. I have a target level in mind for farming red Xeons. The monsters there are like level 10 and level 11. If I am 3 levels above, they go to blue. When they're blue, they drop less XP, they drop less loot. We don't want that. So we will stop at level 12 to farm those red Xeons again, because that is where we will get the most loot, and that is where we will be the most optimum strength to beat them and survive and do all that. You can also do this at like 2 levels below the target level as well. Got our scroll quest. Those are those dudes we were looking at before. I think it's just one dude, possibly duologging, but they went to Chast Sanctum when we first logged in. Oh, okay, yeah, I haven't done this yet. Level 10 quests. Alpha testing Tempurion 1. This is a quest we want to start. You pick it up in Zacate, so you're much more likely to just pick it up from the quest window when you hit level 10. Did I grab the scroll quest? No, because I can grab them later. Get off the mount, things. So this is what I mean. There was a scroll quest, there's the Tempurion's Way, and there's the alpha testing. So we'll kill way less side bolts now that we're level 10. Whacking away. We're happy to level up a little bit. Honor would be nice. I can't tell you at this point what would be better, honor or leveling, so we're just going to leave it on XP for now. with our target level in mind being 12. Hopefully we can get a love ring soon. There is a nightmare coming up on the in-game time. So at 2300 hours it switches to nightmare time where nightmare monsters become available. If we were level 12, that would kind of be a good thing. So I'm gonna focus on the Temperian's Way quest, because that's gonna drop the biggest chunk of XP. The entire Temperian's Way quest line is optimizing new characters for fast playthrough to get to later stages of the game. There used to be a shitload of quests in Turba, and they removed them all and replaced them with this quest line. So, kind of as like a tutorial of sorts. So a bit of a bummer, but it is what it is. New quest, not just a rumor. We want to do that quest, that's good. We have to go back. Not just a rumor at level 11. I believe this quest starts in Kurt, but again, we pick it up in the quest window. It is a quest that does run through the entire length of the game and involves nightmare monsters throughout the game. So it's a quest that we have to pick up, it's a quest that we have to do. It eventually leads to additional DNA points, which will strengthen your character permanently in the long run. So it's worth it. We gotta go talk to a dude. Dude or a chick, whatever. The NPC tags are messed up all throughout the game from something the developers did a while back, so don't pay too much attention to weird things. Sometimes it's right, sometimes it's wrong, what they say. And the map doesn't always sync properly, as you saw like when I was in Rondel. I had to select the map myself. Normally that wouldn't happen, but that's what happens. Like I will get to level 12 before Nightmare starts, which is good. You'll base your playthrough, if you're playing smart and you've watched this video or whatever, you'll base it more around when you come into the game and what you need, what your needs immediately are. I will be very fortunate to pick up bonus XP, getting a lot of valentines drops, which is nice. Zybolts are almost done. I hope everybody's enjoying this first person view. I can probably do this. For a little while. Kill one more just to be sure and kill some trophies for a bit. One downside is if I get a really cool item, I might not know about it. One more gropey. Can't wait to have dash. I already have dash. Probably should have checked that out. We'll up, quick attack, we'll grab the dash. I am not 100% on where I'm going to put all my skills. I'm going to hop on the mount. We just want to run through the rest of this and ignore the monsters for a bit. We will use some of these skills, but they're going to stay level 1. Dash is going to get leveled up. At level 1, it's going to look like it doesn't work. Don't worry about that. It's just because it's got a scaling distance on it. You'll just keep increasing that. Okay, we're gonna drop that off. Gonna grab, there's our level 12, awesome. We've still got our level 11, but we're gonna grab level 12 quest now. And ignore the 13. So we're gonna go to level 13. Oh, is this gonna level us up? Nope. Alright, we're gonna switch to honor, because we don't want to over level. We don't get the extra bag quest. I think the extra bag quest, you can always look into the future or behind or whatever by selecting a different button. So all, for example. In the future at level 13 we get a bag quest, so we could level up for the bag and then de-level. I might do that. Just so we have the extra bag, because I'm funny. Okay, we'll do that. Little tech. These mobs are really good. They are not nightmare monsters, but they drop a good chunk of XP and they're just a really good level. Close together, respawn fast. You can hang out here for quite some time to level up. So there's our level. So we're going to switch to honor. We're going to grab that quest. And I'm going to show off what de-leveling looks like. So level 13, we can get our final bag, provided this was you going to Nightmare Crescent with the bag there. So that's our final bag, 5 bags. We've switched to honor, so we won't get any more XP unless we drop off a quest. Oh, we're gonna drop off a quest. Douche. You're an idiot. I gotta drop that quest off. Let these guys kill me. Speed this up, we're gonna unequip our gear so we don't have all this armor. I don't like how long it's taking. You could initialize this as well, that'll make it a lot better. I might just have to skip not just a room, come back for it later. Because we need to farm reds, that's kind of more important. I don't know how much XP this quest is going to drop on me. Do we need Novalux anymore as our return location? Probably not. Make it here, be more efficient. Have to find out. I really want to do the nightmare quests. Have it done. Of course I can't. Gimme, gimme, gimme. I haven't explained wing riders, but this is the wing rider. Goes between like these blue dots. All interconnects. Fast way of getting around, small cost of land. I don't know. Don't want to overlevel. It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. But you've seen it. If you die, you lose XP, so you can control your level a little bit with that. Oh, that wasn't too much XP. There you go. We can de-level when we need to. We'll get there. Grab these quests. This is going to be our first example of a quest that drops something really useful. So this is a 10% XP boost one-day item, which will stack with your happy hour and certain other items. You can only do it once, so it's usually I would say save it for later. But because this is our first character and on a new account with no honor and no benefits whatsoever, I would recommend grabbing it and utilizing it with your happy hour and getting cruising through the game. That's exactly why we're going to accept it. that one particular scroll quest at level 12 is important. Now, Nightmare has started, so we are definitely going to re-equip, get focused, and start raising our honor. Need it. We need it. Evasion. XP. Item drop. Stats. Recovery. HP. Strength. Dex. Now save this every now and then, because it does bug out. Really? Really? No. Wouldn't have minded more con. Somebody please send me a costume. I should be right. Okay, here we are. Alright, this is the first nightmare area of the game, and we have 2 quests. These only appear at night time with the red moon stuff going on. And we are slightly over leveled for this one. That's okay, we needed to... kind of need to de-level, but I don't want to now that I'm here, so... We're likely to get an accessory. That's our first solid bracelet. That's really awesome. That is a boost. We will equip it immediately. As you can see, you can get 2 earrings, 2 bracelets, 2 rings, belts, and a necklace. Pretty sure these are useful. Little tiny damage boost, why not? They respawn almost immediately, which does make them great for farming, but also dangerous, because they can get behind you really quickly, might be overwhelmed. This area is not too bad, but they definitely hit harder. As you can see, this is the nightmare image that's next to the name. And yeah, you'll just get good loot generally, it's probably the main reason. This one's within level range. Pretty good XP, 5k, which is the best we've seen yet. You're much more likely to get Zenobia coins. If you're worried about your inventory getting too full, you can let the coins stack. These coupons won't stack, but you can let those coins stack. There are only 2 types of coins to really worry about, especially end game, late game. Here's our dash. We can start using that a little bit more frequently. Start spamming our skills a bit more as well. Dash works better when you are at a higher incline than when you're at a lower incline. Lower inclines, you basically just dash to the floor. It calculates much better from up high, so it's usually a good idea to like jump and dash. Just gonna recover a little bit. Oh look, evasion. I was wrong. It's 50, not... No, I was right. It was 50. I thought I said 40 earlier. Um, 3,000 versus 5,000. So that's the whole level difference thing. You're fighting a blue... level 10 one, and it's a blue monster. In this situation, it's going to give me the 3,166 XP, so diminishing returns when you're over leveled. It affects the drop rate as well. If you're cruising through this nightmare quest, you can get 2 of these quests done in a short amount of time. Like in one nightmare. I'm not gonna do that because I don't want to leave this area. I want to stick around and farm some reds for quite some time and get my honor up and possibly get a lot of good loot. So I'm gonna be more than happy to stick around and continue to farm this and just worry about the next nightmare when it comes. You're more likely to get compression Xeons from Nightmare Monsters, you're more likely to get... I don't want to target level 11 ones if I can. Or maybe just wait for the same dude. Don't forget, you might find a high-level player farming this daily quest. You might be able to ask for a buff. If you know what the classes are, you'll know who to ask. If it looks like a shaman, he can probably give you a melee buff slash magic damage buff if he's running it. Even a level 1 version of it is going to be like 50-60 damage, which is a huge chunk of damage at this level. And I can like one-hit these guys instead of 3. Whatever it looks like. On this screen, it's about to level up to the next point. Probably kill some stone matter while I wait for the respawn on this one mob. That'll be slightly more efficient. And I can stick with the level 11 with the better drop and the better XP. Oh, I really need to sit down in a sec. I can hear when my weapons get put away, and that helps me to sit down at the right time. Get that HP boost. Still sitting on those pots if we ever need an extra boost. We're getting some new monster pots soon. Ah, look, and our first dark chocolate. That's a good emergency pot. We'll put it on F6, where we won't press it. Hello! Hello, bro! Oh no. Oh no, bro. I cannot help you. I can't help you if you're that weak. I can only like help you farm, and that's very not worth it. Alright, let's move this stuff. Oh, I forgot how much this chair hurts my elbows after a while. For this character, our forward dash, we're going to want to put DNA points into. When you adjust your DNA, this is to reduce the cooldown. When you adjust your DNA, you will lose your buffs. Probably because it can be exploited. So we'll have to rebuff. You have limited DNA points. A skill reset will reset them. There's a DNA reset item as well that just resets your DNA. Just do the right thing with your DNA. Would be the way to go. Like I said, you get these special enchants. More likely to get them from Nightmare Monsters. That's one of the reasons why I'm here. I'm really hoping to get something that says property damage on it, because that'll improve our situation quite a bit. But I could probably accept a healing enchant, possibly a debuff, but at this stage in the game, property damage would be ideal. Especially the perfect item would be a physical property damage. They also sell for a decent chunk as well, so all the trash ones just be straight up sold. And maybe if it's a good one, we can sell it on AH and not be too upset. Might sell it for like more than it's worth, so maybe like 50k. A Valentine's box! Our first one! Okay, what's awesome about this is you could get something really rare. You can sell them, but I think people sell them for a bugger all on AH because they're, you know, dime a dozen in the end game when it comes to farming. But for us, we're likely to get some chocolate. And as you've seen this whole time, this 2 hours that we've been streaming since we started this character, it's actually probably an hour and a half. I did have to make an account and go through that process with you guys. I might have to go to a vendor. I wonder if there's a peddler nearby. We've only gotten one dark chocolate and one white chocolate, so if we say get 10 each, that would be a huge boost. These are pots. They are 10% of your max HP, as it says, but they have no cooldown and they can be spammed. So, literally, it's an immortality drug at the cost of diabetes. So, pretty awesome to have. Could be really useful against a boss later on. A certificate name change. That's also a Valentine's item. I'm pretty sure it's completely useless. We will check it out later, but we'll let it stack too, because we don't want to have to delete, sell, delete, sell, delete, sell all through the game. Who wants to do that? Sell some of the basic trash for a bit more room. Actually, we'll delete it in general. Once you get to a point where you're like, oh, that's good land, you know, 50k, and this is like 36, not really worth having to pull over it. Really early on, as I said, sell it, but at this point, you can just save time later while you're traveling around, while you're killing things, and just start deleting it like crazy. You don't want it, it's trash. Lots of trash. All this level 20, level 15, and it's just going to keep happening for the rest of the game. There's just going to be trash. Not really worth your time. How did he end up over there, of all places? Come on, where's my boy? Where's my boy? Give me a buff. Give me a buff. I'd love a buff. Show my viewers what a buff looks like. That helps. I haven't said it, but I'm not planning on sending myself any items or land. This is a totally clean account. Well, that's not what I wanted. Totally clean account. Ooh, compression. That's going to be helpful, and that's really useful, but we'll sell it. These are still worth selling. That's shitloads more than what the armor said. Collect flowers when you get them. Might as well. They are useful. A pot for once. Get rid of that mob pot. Not a lot of strong nepheses. See, we've Nightmare's nearly over, but we could have gotten what we're looking for. Evasion down 500 is not shocking. Oh yeah, inventory's full. You'll understand later. Eventually I'll get the item I'm looking for. Narod! Narod! It's Kiwiwoo! Oh, I should have called myself Kiwiwoo. Yes. Okay, so as I was saying, I'm not gonna let somebody just give me a billion land because they love me, you know, and then make this character OP straight off the bat, because that would take away the fun, for one, and nothing to learn. So, but buffs, that's something you can do. You're in this area, that's a daily quest, you bump into some guys, you ask for a buff, it's free, they're probably going to give you a buff. Now I have an extra 60 probably damage, a shitload of armor, probably, even if it's just a level 1 buff, still shitloads. A level 10 Holy Bliss, which has given me a lot of HP. It's not showing the exact amount because I don't think it's including the DNA, but it looks like there's DNA. Outside of the fact that I want to de-level, just that 1 point, that's pretty good. It's pretty good. Now we can farm. We just need to make room. Again, you really don't have to worry about what you're deleting. You're not going to have some special rare piece of good gear from ordinary drops. Just keep running this way because we know there's a few mobs over here. And use tab to help us zero in. Well, that's good. We're getting fluids, and we've got enough that we could actually try when we're in Novolux next to make a we call them fluids, but it's a piece of gear that goes here, and it acts as another accessory, and it can be really, really, really good, really beneficial. Okay, we're gonna make the most of this buff, even though it's got 130 seconds left on it. Try to kill as many of these mobs as possible, because life is easy right now. Spewing, it's not a level 10 one, because the duration would be like 10 minutes, and the damage would be astronomical for this level. Ooh, yeah. Nice. Solid earring. That makes us stronger. Might as well put these somewhere. We are using them after all. There is a chance of getting an infinity atma or an infinity shard from these monsters too. They're very rare, but if you get them, they're valuable. You just have to find somebody. No, I'll wait till the buff runs out. Then I'll make that megaphone. Remember when we first logged in, we got that free megaphone, 1 day item, so it will expire. And we do have a use for it, straight off the bat. You could use it to say, hey, I'm a new player, can anybody help me, send me some money, some gear, etc. And that might work. But I have something else in mind. Should also be good. Which is to ask to be invited to a guild. There are benefits to being in a guild, primarily the buff. Well, probably community, but and I'll get into that in just a sec. Okay, so the buffs run out. Let's do that. So I'll just throw that out there. If I get invited to a guild, benefits. Which, again, you know, if you're a new player, you had that megaphone, you could copy exactly what I just wrote. Moribund is a good guild that likes to help new players and has guild buffs and has really strong players. So that would be the ideal guild. But for all I know, there is no manager on at the moment to invite me, which is why I threw in the clause that, you know, or any guild that has buffs. So if I suddenly get an invite to guild, sweet. Red Xeons, they will fill a whole bag plus 6 slots. So you nearly have every Red Xeon in a location, in a permanent location. We are still having a very easy time with these monsters, so we're just going to keep going for a while. How's our honor doing? Yes, we're at 100, which means we could move on from this area, but enchants, man, enchants. Really useful. Plus, good drops. That's kind of fun. Kill him on the hill. Okay, let's use this as our stack location for vendors later. Let's put that here. Stuff that we want to hold on to for a while can stay. So much trash. Trash, trash, trash. You. So there's that mob that's we're too high level for. That's a reason to de-level. I just don't want to de-level because I don't want to come back. Yeah. It's not easy to... Oh, it's probably easy. Maybe I should de-level. I don't really want to redo my honor. Oh, I know how to de-level. We're going to be farming here for a while, so we really should de-level. Hopefully, 1 death is enough. Don't want to unequip, and I don't want to redo my honor. There's lots of clicking. So I am going to do an alternative. Hey, buff boys. Buff boys. Buff, 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 buff. Maybe buffs. Yes! Oh, you've destroyed my armor, but you've given me damage. How's their armor now? That's a, ranger? Ranger, yeah. It's a ranger buff. It is a debuff and a buff at the same time. It's very unique. What else have you got? Tempest might have a buff, but I doubt it. Unless he's running a Tempest for the sake of buffs. Tempest have some cool buffs. Ooh, what are we getting? Oh, it is a PV. Oh, it's a PvE. It's a... Thank you. Now I'm going to be really fast with my attacks. damage. The damage. No, it's gonna last for ages. This is awesome. Okay, we're waiting for the boss. I want the boss to come back so we can get him to kill us. The debuff armor isn't the end of the world because I'm pretty sure my divine protection basically makes up for it. Our armor looks really high. Yep, there's DNA on that buff, so I've got way more armor than I know what to do with. If we die, do we lose our buffs? God damn it! I think we lose our buffs. Oh well, back to farming. So remember, we went to level 13 so we could get 5 bags. We were supposed to de-level and then stay that way, but then we ended up slightly over and now we're screwed because this is the situation. So we're just going to put up with that now. You could do better with your playthrough. It's a slight hindrance. I'd really rather one-hit monsters is better than ideal item drop. And because of how important it is to farm some reds and get the reds all sorted out, get ahead. Like right now, I wish this was armor. If this was armor, I'd be set. Because they're just going to have so many uses to have, you know, 10, 20, 30 reds. Especially when it comes to some later compounds. Probably don't really want to have a crossbow. Not yet. We want items that we are holding on to for the long term to be down low and off to the side, off to the right. And we want items that we're going to do something with soon to be pretty well like in the top bag on the left. So it's just closer to NPCs and things like that. I'm going to check chat. Okay, if anybody has any questions, now is a great time to ask. Or if they just want to chit chat, now is a great time. We're going to farm for, I have no idea how long. To be technical, you could do this for a couple of hours. I'm not going to, but you certainly could. And if you did, you could do this for a couple of hours. You could do this until you had full stacks. You're a brand new player and you've got nothing and you're not spending any money on the game, etc. And you're just getting these reds up to 1,000, you are going to be able to sell them. And you're probably going to sell them for like 70 million a stack or something like that, especially a good stack of a particular enchant, which they're all going to go up at a similar rate. So when you get up there, you'll have like 25 stacks, so 25 times 70 million kind of thing. Like you will have a lot of land and you will be set, you know, for the rest of the game. You really can just hang out here and do that. I wouldn't recommend it with your first character. I would recommend making a fun character. Making a character, probably a shaman, because by level 10, they've got 2 attacks, or maybe a Templar, because they've got 2 attacks that they can use at a distance, so they can just like 1-2. They can pretty much one-shot these mobs without these buffs, because they've got a lot of early game damage boosts through DNA, especially the shaman. You could have these accessories that you can wear and plus them up, so you've got extra damage. And you could just be doing this for a long time, but you have a specific character. Okay, so you got your main character, and he's level 50, farming along, carrying on, and you're like, all right, happy hour, item drop, go farm these workshop miners on your spare character, on your farm character, which is a shaman or something, whose fixed level is 12, and you're just getting great item drop. Yeah. You could multi-client, and you could probably bring a level 1 here and have him sitting on the hill just to bring the level even lower and possibly get more drop. Because if you're farming something that's out of your level range, like beyond it, above it, you'll get potentially better drop too, to a point, and then it'll drop off drastically and disappear altogether. Probably wouldn't go to that extent. You could try it. So much meditation. The game does not want to give me relevant accessories. Okay. So yeah, worth farming, worth having a farm character here if you're a new player. Now let's clean and sort the inventory. We have all the reds in the game now, so we can sort that into a easier to look at thing. Okay, let's sort. Now I usually put a property damage or a magic resistance in the group of 6, and then I like to have all the stats because they take up 5 slots on the top line. Then the armor related ones, so armor, block, and block chance with damage. Then I normally put like that. We'll put the rest of the property magic ones like that, and that's basically done. You can adjust this a little bit further by putting this isn't technically perfect because some of these drop more from these sort of mobs and some of them don't. You'll notice over time. So there is a different way to organize these, but this is the most easy to find. You might put this in alphabetical order, so it's like you get used to con being over here, dexterity, intelligence, mind, strength, etc. So yes, yeah, that's actually correct. Main enchant we're interested in is the armor one for the early game, but we're also interested in evasion, which is here. Because that's also going to be OP when we make an ornament. We'll probably go armor and evasion, especially for like level 50 plus. Because from what I understand, it's ridiculously overpowered in the early game. It makes monsters barely touch you, so makes it possible. There was an event, a community event made a while back called the Iron Man Challenge, where a couple of the guys worked out that evasion was really overpowered for mid-game bosses, because you could get your evasion high enough to mitigate most of the damage, which armor works really well in the early levels to mitigate damage at the start of the game, but trails off in the mid-game. But evasion catches up in the mid-game, but by end-game it's irrelevant. How'd we do? Property, attack, resistance, attack. Oh, it's just about even. Property, attack, resistance, property, curse, attack. That one was a resistance. And resistance. Property attack, which I think was that one. Or, nope, that one? Resistance. Attack. Okay, that's slightly easier on my eyes if I ever have to find something. If I was a mage, these would be relevant to me, these attack ones, because they will work really well when you make an ornament. If you want to be less tanky and do more damage, which honestly in the early game I highly recommend, because you can make yourself really tanky without having to sacrifice maximum damage potential. You can also just put them on your accessories. It says weapon, armor, and ornament, so you can put it on everything and just keep boosting your damage. Cool. Suppose none of these are good, are they? No, they'll all sell. So. Hold on to. Delete. We'll put it here for now. Something like that. Something like that. Cool. Might actually just do this instead. Something like that. Yeah, put them over here. The Valentine's items will clog your inventory a little bit at first, but it'll all work out. Nice to have them stack and not have to worry about them when they do drop. Might find a few useful uses. Might find some uses for some of the odd items that we won't use. Still haven't had the fortune of getting a love ring. The last time I did a new character with a bit of streaming involved, I got the love ring on a paleo early on, and that changed everything because I had 1,000,000 lant. You can sell them to an NPC for 1,000,000 lant. I'm pretty happy with that. It is good that we're getting more fluids while farming here as well. We are lucky enough to get a decent compound later when we're in Novolux. The scaling for honor does get a lot harder, as you can see. So we're nearly at like 111, which means we'll be able to boost an honor to level 11, something along those lines. Not such a bad thing. Stop giving me meditation jewelry. Now I'm getting hot, so I'm going to turn the fan on. Well, which will dry me out a bit, but oh well. And let's see, can you hear that? I don't think you can hear the fan. If you can hear the fan, let me know in stream. Okay. So, honor, we've got our skills to level 10, these passives. This is the, like, kind of the max point for an early character to get the most out of honor. So it's been 2 hours, 2 and a bit hours since we made this character on a completely fresh account, and we've hit that margin of the game is going to be cruisier going through this area and into the next. We're not going to spread our honor across all these skills anymore. We're going to be more selective because now they're going to cost 2 points per level up to go beyond. So we'll probably keep increasing, I would say XP, but we're probably not going to increase XP. Potentially item drop, probably going to leave that alone as well because we're going to want to boost damage. We're going to want to improve crit chance, go back over stuff like that. Armor is okay, probably not going to improve armor anymore. We want things like HP and evasion, strength and damage, primarily. Yes. Okay, that's our second bracelet. Finally. We're lucky we'll get an earring, and that's pretty well it for what these monsters can drop for us. Go plus them up later if we get enough sounds. Here's an example of we could... Oh, we need one more point. That's not an example, but close. So at this point, I'm kind of okay and happy to continue on. We've got that kind of like 20 something plus. The next set of gear we will use has 2 enchant slots. So between 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 pieces of armor, that's 10. I need 10 for that. But then later there'll be like 3 enchant slots, and I might want 3. Later there might be 4, and I might want 4 per. So that's kind of why I'm here, thinking, oh yeah, I could farm for quite a while. Thank you, got the accessory, got the earring. Alright, that's both bracelets and the earrings now. You will, from Temperion's Way quest, get level 20 rings by the end of it, both of them. So you don't have to worry too much about the lower level one that you would get from Paleos and Deadhounds at the start of the game. They do help a lot, though. If you get them, you can plus 30 them pretty easily, just like, if you've got the lamp with simple sounds, that sort of thing. When you plus it, I'll use a meditation, for example. You can press left shift on an item that can be reinforced, and you will see what it scales into. So you'll get that extra damage, which is the main thing. Enchant's nice too. So you can get like 30 extra damage per accessory at this point in the game, which, you probably notice with Honor that, a little damage here and a little damage there, it really adds up. So 2 solid rings, an extra 62 damage, not including whatever else is on the ring. If it's got strength, then there's a little extra damage from that as well. Oh, Valentine's box. Possibly get a sad soul ring, which wouldn't be too bad. At least I could equip it. 10% chance. We could switch to a level 15 something just because we can reinforce it. Weapon's going to be very much the same, so we'll hold on to those claws. Because that'll be better than the rental equipment that we've got. Shall I do? Shall I keep farming or shall we move on? Vent. Quick fish for red. That's not what this is about. Fair enough. Kind of new, isn't it? Interesting. Vent. Alright. We'll make this the last batch of mobs. You will continue to get reds later into the game. I can move from defense Eons to evasion Eons as I get further into the game. What else can I do? Maybe I can get people to play FOC or something in the 49 range and hopefully not have a bunch of twinks. Probably have enough for now. Be nice to continue on. I don't like farming for too long. Not when I'm streaming. Okay, we're gonna climb back over this hill. Because just over this hill we have some gentle pezzers to finish off. For the sake of a scroll quest. We are going to switch off honor because the scaling is really bad. And that's probably not going to get turned on until we're in Ancient Temple a little bit later. Come here! Rah. Another reason why skill targeting is helpful, you can reach further, typically, with your skills than you can with auto attacks. But yeah, honor really will start to get bottlenecked at this point in the game. To get to 112-ish and then leave it at that for a long time. The amount of XP we're getting from monsters isn't high enough anymore. Not too bad though. The next the next best place would be Ancient Temple. Or actually like legitimately farming it yourself. With all the XP boosts that we've got running, I would call that maybe be getting 15,000 XP. If the double XP was on, which used to be for this event, we'd benefit quite a bit from that, but oh well. At least we still get Valentine's drops. Which is like free land, free pots, and free flying mounts. Fast ones too. When we get the right items. Cool. That's that done. That's that. Minus specters are stone pits. Mutant sea lions. We could do that one soon. And the golems. We are going to do the golems and the sea lions. and check battlefield. Strongest is on. Strongest is good for being a lower level, and theme battle would actually be awesome to get points for. But if we go there and we're the only person there, it's probably going to be a bit boring. Another reason to want to have extra bag space, because you've got to put on all the good gear. Could be a bit boring. We'll see. Nice, that was quick. Didn't time it right. Alright, let's just run. I gotta do that as well. So, mutant sea lions. If you pick up the scroll quest for mutant sea lions, let's party this guy. Oh, my boy, my boy! My boy! Think! Now you're over here. Think! You better respawn. AED! Nice. Alright, I'll help you out. You can have some of my XP, it doesn't serve me. When you're in a party, a few crazy things happen. There's a lot of stuff you can select in here, but an alliance party is the bigger form. You can have a party that's limited to 5, or an alliance party, which you can go 5, 10, 15, but you can also have, up to 45 total people. That would be pretty cool to see again. Wow. The XP is shared, so it's like half. I'm getting half XP. The chat will change. I haven't talked about that, but you can newbie stuff. You can affect the chat size. You go smaller and bigger. I prefer bigger. You've got an action menu here, which doesn't matter because you can't see my character. But you can do stuff. You can figure that out for yourself. You can right-click and create windows. I've already got them made. So I've got my normal one, which doesn't include like battle information because that's a lot of information. But it will have like system, the loot drops, things like that. I have over here if I want to get rid of chat. I've got one just for chat if chat's busy. And yeah. So I can focus on chat. Boom. Yeah, you can set options, you can change the colors, you can create a window, and yeah, go through all that. I think when you start the game, you have just like normal. I'm gonna let this guy have the rose, might be his first one. If he sees it there. Oh hey, here's some potions. Quest to trade. Has potion. Oh yeah. Little tutorial. Request to trade. Man, it's just weird to see people just feel like new players. Feels like there's genuine new players just randomly popping up all the time. Okay, so yeah, mutant sea lion. They are a daytime only monster between daylight hours. So there are a few times in the game where that happens. So for certain quests, for certain NPCs, you gotta, you know, sometimes they're nighttime only, and sometimes they're daytime only, and the daytime ones can throw people off because they used to be more relevant in Season 1, Season 2, but not so relevant now. When those quests come up, people will be like, where's the NPC? Well, how long do I have to wait? And, you know, yeah. At this point, I'm doing extra killing because it's helping him. But I kind of want to help myself, so I'm gonna go into town shortly. I want to drop off my scroll quest. Drop this monsters in the darkness off so we can get bonus XP for the next day. Start put into effect now. I'm gonna grab next range of scroll quests. Even ones that we're not gonna pick up for a while. We've got room for them. 17, 18. Yeah, I'll grab the 17s. And not touch the 18, 19, because we'll get around to it later. I am gonna put my faith in this compression Xeon. And start selling everything. Get a good chunk of land from some of these stacks of mob drops. That's why we've been letting them stack up. Don't think we ever need a mana pot. Get rid of that, that's pretty trash. You want the ones that are of the same level type. Mobs this, mob that. It's just obviously quicker to click and drop and sell than it is to delete. There's less clicks. Cool, that looks better. Grab all the quests that we can grab for now for some more space. And let's go and reduce these valentines boxes and see what we get. There's a forge over here. So we'll reduce. This would be nice to get. You can wear it at level 1. I don't have a ring, so it's just some extra stats. Why not? It's pretty cool because you get the 6 enchant slots. So you could create a really funny level 1 character with these. The job change is also kind of neat. Could be used as a free skill reset. Got some chocolates. Got a lot of dark chocolate. Good. That's really good. Actually, what we expect to get from these boxes is the chocolates. It's handy. More chocolate. Awesome. Heal myself twice over. Just move this stuff around. 14, 14, 15. 14, 14, 15, 15. Yep, I figured that would sort that out. Anything else to reduce this compression Xeon? That's more like it. Shitloads of Xeons. I'm glad my faith was well placed. Alright, now we're going to do something that's really lame, and we're going to do some serious forging for a little while. Because we've got the gear for it. Ugh. And I might as well reinforce these as well. I'm going to use these claws over that, so I'll reinforce that as well. This is reinforcement. Now, there's no point moving the window. I wish that worked, but it'll just reset back over to here. So I kind of put it in the wrong spot. No, that's the right spot. So closest, the better, a bit less wiggling with your wrist. Less fatigue that way. So this is the reinforcement system in action. Welcome to clicking. Once it's done, it's done. This is how you make your character a lot stronger, especially without honor points. This is how it would be done. Plussing up your gear. Just giving us con, so more HP. But most importantly, it's just giving us more damage, which soon, by the end of this map, if you don't have it, it's just going to be so much harder. But if we can continue to scale our damage, we'll be beating mobs like we have been, where it feels like we're like 2-hitting them. We want to stay in that 2 to 5 hit range to cruise through the game. As you can see, this early gear doesn't, like the success rate still, especially with Forge on, 100%. Now all this gear maxes out at plus 30. There are some items in the game that go to plus 45. We've just started losing our success rate at close to plus 18, plus 19. Start seeing it get more difficult. The deterioration rate, if you fail, then this gets rolled. If that roll is a success, so to speak, then you fail and it goes down. And then it'll roll between 1 and 6. And these numbers change each time you reinforce and get worse. So if I fail and it deteriorates, it could go down by 6 points, which would be a pain. We just failed then, so, and it went down twice. It's not too bad. For a Forge 42%, I would recommend at least plus 20, because it's pretty easy to get here. If you're really want to, like, because you can also break it, it'll roll that as well. But it's under 1%. It will happen. But I would just, personally, I know for a fact that you can just plus this straight to 30 and just keep pushing it. If you've got the Xeons, just keep pushing it. You will continue to use these accessories for, like, potentially till you're about level 69. Possibly longer. You could use them all the way to endgame. Sure, you can make improvements, but just this block of extra damage and HP is satisfactory. But definitely, I mean, yes, you can upgrade them, but I'd be pretty happy at plus 30. I'm going to keep going though. Now, as a melee character, you can't enchant these accessories in such a way that you get more damage. Like, you can put strength on them, but it's not a lot compared to, like, a magic character can go for a straight 1 damage. The strength won't add up to 1 damage per. It won't even be 1 damage per. You could put evasion on them, because that will really stack up with your survivability. You could put HP on them, because, you know, more HP obviously is more survivability, but I think the evasion would be better. The better damage would be a crit enchant. Those occasional crits that you get. They're 3.3.3 for both physical crit and skill crit. If you're using both AA like I am and SS, then that's pretty good. 3 of them is almost 1%. So across all your accessories, you might get an extra like 5%, 4%, and that's going to add up. I'm not going to think about the enchants all that much though. You could do it any one of those ways and it wouldn't be such a bad thing. Because you don't have heals and you're a rogue, maybe evasion. Things are going to get interesting. Especially when we're doing later nightmare quests. And especially when we're trying to kill some bosses by ourselves. Let's just say those chocolates might come in handy. Oh, cheers for that. Went down by 6. I was going to stop at 22. Because I don't have a couple stacks of simple Xeons, I'm going to stop at around 22. Get all my gear plussed. Maybe do some enchanting. Uh-huh. It would help so much to have an auto button. There's a lot of little things they could do to optimize this game. So, if you're watching, and there's anything you want to ask, comment on. Now is a good time. I think I'll even pop into the Discord. Hello. Nothing on chat. Boom boom. Boom boom. Cannot handle that fan any longer, man. Yeah, that's loud. My goodness, there's a constant running noise. I've bugged out the running noise. We'll turn the audio off and back on. Ugh. Sorry about that. Yeah, I'm in a voice chat for Discord if anybody wants to come and have a chat. Region chat used to be a premium only feature, but any player can use region chat, which is very helpful. You can use that to ask for a guild invite, maybe for some help, maybe questions about the game. You can always reach out in the game. Yeah, if I get a guild invite, I get one. Yeah, it's pretty common for a new player not to know about honor. It doesn't come up in the tutorial, it doesn't come up in the help menus. It's just a feature that, you know, you eventually pick up on, like a lot of things in this game. And judging by where his HP is going while he's out there fighting... Where'd he go? Did he go backwards? I think he went backwards. No, he's forwards. Yep, that's forwards. Zybolts. He's over there, he's fighting, oh, what are they called? Dryland clans? Dryland clan. Got some interesting lore on that particular race of the game. I've got to make some videos on lore at some point. Want to sell 500 cleverness. Far out. Mate. What, you put an extra 0 in there or something? You can only enchant 140 enchants, roughly, at the end game. By Atma. Would love to sell one Atma if I had one Atma. Reinforcing, making things stronger. Has to be done. I'm not kidding, you have to do this. But at least at the start of the game, when you can actually plus stuff straight to 30, this is the most clicking you'll be doing. Later on, you'll probably be stopping at plus 20 more often. Later, plus 10 will be probably the limit, and you'll be reliant on a daily quest to, for free, plus your gear all the way to max at end game. Which isn't too unforgiving. I do believe the reset is twice a day again, so that helps out a lot. So these weapons scale differently. I'm still at 100%, even though I'm almost at 30. So the weapon really should be done first if you're worried about resources. Kind of figured that I'd make it most of the way. Once I started spreading those Xeons out, although we didn't do our necklace, which is what's next. So we'll just spend the rest on that, even though we'll be slightly behind now. Like, we need more Xeons, that's what I'm saying. One more. Yeah, not that we can equip it anyway, but that's a start. Oh wait. One more. Okay. We put the necklace away. Put the belt away. Out of sight. Out of mind. Oh, I need to put that somewhere out of sight too. Re-equip all these. Didn't do any enchanting, but honestly I'd rather reinforce anyway. Where are we at? We need to minor specters. Need to do some black hands. Give us some pop. You're doing dryland clans. I really don't care about that. I will drop you. Might as well queue for FOC. It'll never happen. I'll just put it there. Might need to take a break soon. Oh. Just to give my arse a break. And walk around for a bit. Oh wait, where was I supposed to drop that off at? Probably there. Don't have to worry about that then. Alright. We are heading towards the crematory. Just made a theme video for the area. It's the first time in the game you see black hands. There would have been quests for this area back in the day that would have helped, you know, introduce them a bit better. But there's really just one or two quests left now, like alpha testing. And that doesn't really say anything about them. They are essentially like the rogue pirate mercenary robbers. As you can see, we are basically one-hitting now. Very close to it, which is ideal. Because, you know, kill twice as fast, get twice as many drops. That's like a 100% drop rate boost. Provided you can keep up the killing. That's pretty good. That. Oh, wicked token. Cool. They drop this item. Here's a little bonus pot. It's still like the last pot that we had. We're getting decent XP too from the area. No new quests at 14. Always check the flag button. No new interesting skill points. We're going to go through Crematory because we want to go to Elbrima Stone Pit. Now, I mentioned in my video because I gave it some thought, but I love bouquet. This area used to be run by the officials of Turba. Turba is an island, particularly a bit of a prison colony. And the Black Hands have just come and basically taken over some of these areas as staging points for, you know, raiding and robbing and looting. and all that sort of stuff. But previously, prisoners from prison labor camp and prison mine would have been basically sent here when they were, you know, put to death. Probably put to death here too, based on the, you know, hanging people from the trees and the guillotine that I'll show you. It's a pretty dark, creepy area. It makes sense because we're up here on this hill, and everything is lower. And if I was going to burn bodies and have lots of dead people, I'd want the stink to be up, not down, to rise up into the air, like smoke and things like that. So yeah, that makes sense. And if I was the Black Hands, I would take this area thinking, you know, we'll have the high ground and a vantage point where we can see, especially from this tower here. You can see from this tower all the way to Kurt, which is critical city for the we'll call them the officials, aka like the good guys. Call them that. So plenty of room to expand on lore in this area and what's going on in Turba. One day I'd really like to do more lore videos and speculation videos and just fill the game a bit with some more flavor. Yeah. Oh, that's here's a guillotine. So clearly some executions going on here. Now I'm just gonna say it. This is a Black Hand structure, so they've probably made that since they've taken over, and so is this, a Black Hand structure. Whereas this is the crematory, which would have been here prior to the Black Hands taking over the area. And I only know that because I do remember some of the quest lines for the area, and that's what they talk about. It might be in here. Black Hand fighters happening, even murderers of travelers crossing the desert and are a serious threat to Turba Island. There will be a reward for those defeating them and bring us their wicked tokens, whatever that is. So yeah. And some of these prisoners would have been put to work in stone pits. We're about to enter that area. Stone pit is a low point on the map, one of the lowest points on the map. Change in fog color, going into a more noxious place. They have still have some Black Hands on the verge here. Again, flowers. Pretty sure there's two types of mobs. It says Spectre, so these are technically ghosts, I would say. With an unknown ore, based on the color, I'd say it's some kind of mutated ion. Ion is something we learn a lot more about throughout Turbo. But it's a like physical resource that can be used for power. Yeah, typically they're partly invisible. The ones that aren't, I'm not quite sure why that is. Maybe they just haven't loaded correctly. But yeah, they are ghosts from, you know, the crematory, I guess. Ones that probably tried to rebel. I believe there's two kinds of minor spectres. One of them is going to drop this scroll quest for us. Scroll quest can be handy to pick up on a little bit more of the lore. We've dispatched workers to resume development of the stone pit, but the minor spectres are impeding their progress, causing cave-ins and other accidents. Now, I would say, because these are ghosts, for them to drop this unknown ore is suggestive that some of the ions, some of what they're mining around here is, you know, remaining a part of them, so to speak. Perhaps part of the reason why they're still here, it's got something to do with that item. They're dropping that item. Some would drop Spectre. Pickaxes. You can pick up on a little bit of lore information from what they drop. and they sometimes do drop more than one mob drop item. But yeah, it's only so much more speculating I can do, but someone's got to do it. Another level up, nice. We can probably put on that necklace. Good. Slowly building up some Xeons again. Still a while away from Nightmare, so hopefully we can line up our next Nightmare quest so we can do 2 Nightmares at once. This is a Nightmare area. Really cool monster in this area, which I will talk about and describe when we see it later. And continue on to the next location. A compression! That's been really lucky. There's no point picking up the Gift of Cheer. That would normally be our 5th bag. But there's no point. And stuff like Empire Lost and Do I Look Like a Plumber? We will do those quests just because we can. But you don't have to. That's for a specific area that there's a few ways to get to, but really not our problem right now. We'll do them later. Same with Daydream the Establishment, and I'm unsure it's really worth going to that area right now because the gear we can get there kind of irrelevant. This quest here is an example of, but that's the Nightmare monster. It's called an Inverto, which is kind of cool because it's kind of like an inside-out beastie. So Inverto, inside out. How do I explain that? Inversion. So it's like, I don't know. I'm sure it's got something to do with that. Now again, it's a scroll quest, and remember when the game started I said quests retain their original Season 2 stat? This is an example of that, so you can get a level 5 weapon from some of these scroll quests. Some of this stuff you don't get in that tutorial quest, so it's just interesting. Like you can get a different level 5 weapon. There's a shield later on. Pretty cool. Like there's just some really interesting niche stuff. Even at like level 60, like 7, 68, there's some niche stuff that you can only get once in the game from a quest. For unique reasons. Can't really elaborate it much more than that. It doesn't really matter because once you have like a level 15 weapon, which I haven't equipped, I can get for this now. It still scales in a similar way. There's more damage on it than these level 5 weapons. No big deal. Alright, quest. The XP is kind of like a mob. Scroll quest, still not really worth it. 1 Cybolt, 2 Stone Golems, 3 Sea Lions. That's all stuff we've done before. A bit of backtracking, which doesn't hurt. Might as well grab this quest directly. We're finally up to the Empyrean's Way Dryland Clan Assassins. We've been meandering a little bit. These accessories are not bad. But they're taking up room. There's the Not Just a Rumor quest. We'll hold on to that, we might need it. And as much as I said, okay, you could sell these, if other people are selling them for 5k, you could probably dump them. But if you went on AH and nobody's selling them, you could probably hold on to them. Guess we'll put them there for now. Cool. Suppression, I think you've got... There's no forge here, so... Our teleport set too. We have not been using return spell. You could use your return spell to travel around a bit faster. I probably will, especially when it comes to this nightmare quest. Going to rather quickly smash this quest. Pretty awesome that we're just like one-hitting these mobs. This is a... I don't know if I've mentioned it earlier, because I don't think we've mentioned it yet. These mobs are pretty close together. Tend to aggro, spawn like most mobs, but they're close together and there's lots of them. And the XP for the level is pretty decent. So it's actually a pretty good area where you could sit around and farm if you find yourself stuck, a little bit behind. Maybe you didn't grab happy hour. Maybe you've rushed up until this point. But if you're like me right now and you can one-shot these guys, you're laughing. Mages, they have some AoEs probably by this point, so they can also sort of just, like group them together and take them out one big hit. So yeah, you can definitely just power farm these for a bit. Okay, wait. Okay. Role quests, because we're doing them. Mutant Sea Lion, Shining Stone, Eyeball, we've done that. Temperion's Way. Drop that off and then we move on. Inferno. Got the return spell for that. Okay. So we'll just go do these role quests. Heals. Don't want to get carried away with skills and spending points just because you got them. There's like 120 something total skill points in the game, like that, so watch out. Don't really want to overspend. If you're very low on HP because you haven't done honor or whatever, probably honor related, you're not tanky, you could stick around and you could farm these pots. That extra 56 HP back. Really relevant to me, it's like 1/20th my HP bar, so it's very, very, very emergency. So we're not going to do that. Just a thought. If there was a hardcore mode on this game, you'd be using it. The sea lions, they come with a little armor buff. This is not too bad, like 15 armor points, actually significant. In the very, 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 very early game. I'm pretty sure 600 seconds, 10 minutes. This should be the last Mutant Sea Lion quest. We won't have to worry about daytime mobs for quite some time. I don't think there's any in Parnas. I cannot wait till my dash is maxed out. That's going to change the way this game feels a lot for a first person. To 10. Shining Stone. Let's go get some Shining Stone. Go snort some Shining Stone. Go get stoned. This is the right Shining Stone. Is it? Oh, watchtower. Yep, that's the one. Not every quest, and this will be like one of our first examples, will be every single mob. Sometimes you might have to kill 10 mobs to get one drop. They are some of the most painful quests in the game because they obviously don't tell you that it's going to be like that. Sometimes the mobs are really deadly and really hard to kill, depending on your level and what gear you've got. Even if you've got good gear, so that can be a pain. Especially among these story quests. Level up, no new quest, probably a skill point. Yay! Better on this, better on that. I probably haven't said it yet, but we are making a character. We're making a SS assassin. Going quick attack because it's still very relevant for the next 50 levels of the game to have a fast attack speed. But I guess one day we'll have a skill reset. Change that up. But that's because I'm gonna enjoy, you know, the effects, because first person, kind of like you actually see more of what's going on. AA. I'm going to be soloing, so AoEs, aka skills, are really important groups of mobs. And the assassin does have a bunch of AoEs, I think like 4, maybe more. So yeah, and I know it's viable, so that's going to help, especially for the leveling process, especially if we're still playing this character at like level 80 and we're like actually pushing it up and up and up in level, and we're doing all those quests by ourselves, making a hassle out of it, doing the streaming. About Ion again. Small desert stone golems. You'll see more of these in places that are rich with minerals and ion and stuff like that. And they're not so much a creature, but I would say like mutated rock, perhaps. Something to do with blood as well. Some of these items will be a bit more suggestive, but I think the way Thanatos worked, it's kind of like a magical nuclear apocalypse. So there's, you know, biological mutation, but there's also like physical mineral object mutation as well, and you'll see that in, you know, landscape and rocks, and there's stuff in the game that's just like, that's creepy, but you know, for it to affect this would suggest something going on. And ion as a mineral in this game comes post Thanatos incident, so I would say it's sort of like a physical manifestation of magic in a mineral that can be super beneficial to an advancing civilization because it uses it like petrol. We could go drop some quests off. Do we need to go back? Forge? A little bit of Forge? Go back to North Watchtower. But I definitely think it's mutated like literal rock into existence and created things like golems and stone matter and things like that that didn't necessarily exist before, because there's no suggestion that they did. That one, okay, that's not too bad. Alright, let's see if we can finish this gear up a bit better. See what this compression gives us. There is a chance to fail. We did not. We got a reasonable amount. We'll be able to finish these accessories, make them look a bit nicer. So uncomfortable. Really not sure what I'll spec enchant wise. I think I should experiment with evasion. Okay. Go. Nearly ran out. Can I equip it? No, so it shouldn't be offering. How'd we go with our bracelets? Go a little bit higher. I don't think I'm going to bother. If I was a mage, I'd just go property damage or crit easily, because mage is gonna have heals. And the property damage is just such direct damage. Out of Xeons, got an extra +4 collectively. Earrings are good. Everything's 22, which is solid for now. I'd push 30 if I had the Xeons. If not, I won't worry about it, because I'll probably have the next raid item. So Lentus is what we would be looking for. Yeah, so not really a hassle. Ugh. Inverto into Inverto. The next nightmare quest is 17, so if we could level up before nightmare, we'll be able to do extra nightmare quests outside of the deserts now, which is also available. I might get 3 in. I don't really need to level up at all. See what happens when I drop this quest off. Still got happy hour. And like I said, Temperian's Way drops a lot of XP. Grab a solo Temperian. Go, 3 level. I told you some of them will get through, but mostly not. New quests, no. There is a scroll quest for these vectors in between, so I'm going to go there. In this game, there used to be quests for, it's called the Anyas Stone Pit. No, this quest's kind of in the way. But because all the quests they got rid of, there's almost no reason to go there. It's a pretty cool little place. So it is fun to go there and check out the sites, but in the slope, miners stopped coming and people are starving. The Irma may be false, so us garrisons did not reach to it. My goodness, this is terrible to read. But since the miners are starving, we want to help. Please check the room. Oh, now they spell it properly. Rumor about miners suspected in Anyas Stone Pit. And if it's true, hunt 10 of them down. Okay. Look at that one-hitting, freaking awesome. Kind of fun to be in first person too. Let's do this for a little while. Nice, quest must be done. Okay. Looks like I could probably run up there. Funny, the map does open, I can tell by the jitter and the sound effect. But it's hidden. But it's open because I can't click there. Where am I? Let's see if we can get out of here without using the map. There. Alright, that quest is done. Level 17 now, right? I am hungry. Lots of juicy quests. I really should wait for that Inverto so I can cruise along. No hassle. which is why I'm heading back, as awkward as that is. Alright. I have a plan. I'm gonna wait for nightmare, which involves me getting up and stretching. Probably making a drink, then coming back and going to the toilet. DPI not gonna work now? Yep. Where we want to be. Where they'll pop up. Okay. 2 viewers on YouTube. Welcome to the chat. Feel free to use chat. I'm hanging out on the Discord if you want a live chat and want to join the video. I will be back. Oh, man. haven't done much stretching. Oh, it's nightmare. See it. There's those inverto. Alright, we're not too out of time, are we? Alright, anything in the chat? No. What's the time? Yeah, it's only just started. Let's do this. Two-shotting nightmare monsters. Okay. So from here, once we finish this, we can do a quick teleport to save some time and do some more nightmare quest related stuff. There used to be quests that helped a lot. That'll be more congested in here. There used to be some quests that used to help a lot. Go away. Few of them, aren't there? This is where skills aren't helping versus... Hello. That fireball threw me off. I forgot they did that. A love ring! We got it! We got a ring! Oh, that's gonna change my life. Being able to fly. And be just go over walls and shit. And be just as fast as any other mount. We won't even need our salamander anymore. We'll just go straight for flying. So here it is, the love ring. It can sell to an NPC for 1,000,000 lant, which would be like frickin' 20 times our current amount of lant. For this level, it certainly is. Got the scroll quest done, but the main quest is the not just a rumor quest. We need to do that. More important. That's the quest that we're trying to finish and continue to press down. So we should be able to do 2 sections of the quest quite easily. If you were a money spending player, you could probably be using some NPC teleports and through the game with some NPC teleport items. But they're expensive, relatively. Maybe one day when I have a dumb amount of money for no apparent reason and nothing better to spend it on, I'll do a Let's Play series where it'll be like, I'm a totally new player, but I have $1,000. Let's wreck the game, you know, like, maybe not $1,000, but you know, I'm not going to hesitate with speed boost. I'm not going to hesitate with having premium. I'm going to hesitate with having a pet. I'm going to level that pet to 10. Maybe not immediately, but you know, let it AFK level to maybe like level 4 or 5 or 6 or something. I don't know. Premium pet thing is really frustrating. Yeah, we have a new quest. Been getting some really nice XP. Like ultimately, for me to be at level 18 before I'm even doing sand lizards or snails, it's a pretty big deal. Speaking of big deal, it'd be good if I could get ornament from the snail. That hasn't come up yet. I wish auto run worked properly. The main reason why I'm not quite as efficient. I use auto run quite a bit to be efficient. Teleport now while it's useful. But interesting idea. It's a coffee, but it's decaf. But I tried to spice it up. Does not. Okay. Do not have a forge here, which is a bummer. I can just fly. Not just a rumor. Let's go to Glial. So we'll definitely go to Glial. The Wing Rider is going to be faster. When we get there, we're going to want to change our return location, because this is going to be relevant for a little while. we are out of scroll quests and can pick up a few more. Okay, Wing Rider will let us delete items. Now's a great time. Clean the inventory up a bit. Actually, we will get this done. Just might lose a bit of time to explanation. Just a rumor. Grab the next quest. Desert snails, can do. Sounds good. Love to. Now we're gonna get the flying mount. Provided there is a compound smith. There is not a compound smith. Yeah, that makes sense. My bad. Okay, forget the flying mount. Okay. Why is there a quest there? What have I missed? Gift of Cheer. That's the one. Cool. Alright, we're going straight for the snail, which is good because we probably don't have time to do part 3. The next, not just a rumor quest, but that's not unusual for this part of the game, even with this good gear. But we can farm the terrifying boss. Some nightmare spawns have a boss version of itself. Made that way too strong. Now, the boss version is not going to count towards our quest, so it's not going to be our priority. But they drop pretty much a guaranteed of these Zenobia coins. And I got a second love ring. That is amazing. Now I have 1,000,000 land and a flying mount. As you can see, they've gotten a little bit tougher. This is the second version of a Zenobia coin that'll have a chance to drop Zeons, which is obviously nice. Nice if you can get 1,000. Not likely to happen, but you know, that would be nice. Let's go have a crack. We've got time for it. Like we might not necessarily end up back here. Those Pezzies are annoying to pick up. As you can see, it's a boss monster. It's pretty tough. You can actually check that by clicking the exclamation mark and having a closer look. You won't see HP, but you see all the other cool stuff. And we got an ornament straight away. Nice. Okay, this is the first nightmare boss monster in the game. Obviously, well, you probably would have seen one already. And we do have some elites in this area, which can make things a little bit more difficult when you aggro them. I'm going to focus on the regular snails now because we only needed, we only really need one of these. We can equip it for now because you can equip it as it is, but you can compound it into a much better item. It's that little bit of extra damage, but it gets it out of our inventory. We might farm some more because we can sell. Probably, I don't know. No, we looked at the entirety of the AH for ordinary items. It wasn't there, so we could sell them. And maybe 500,000 left? Yeah, seems reasonable. How are we doing for time? We need to not kill more of these boys. We need to kill regular snails. We want to finish this quest. We are slightly over leveled, so the drop rate is reduced. Oh, and XP is super juicy as well. That's one done, but not the main one done. 10's not bad. Better than 1. Valentine's box is good, more chocolate, maybe a sad soul ring. I like Sad Soul rings. I have a character named Sad Soul just because I think they're cool. Yeah, if I were to start a character and be like, I'm gonna spend money, it's not gonna be like, oh, go buy an endgame. Like if you're gonna spend money, go buy an endgame. You can buy an account, you know, you can buy a character, you can buy the gear already maxed out and then just level up for it. That would be obvious to a rich player. I would be a little bit more, let's make this more, I want to play the game, spend money on the game, and then just enjoy it to the max without, you know, choosing it and cheating myself. So maybe not premium all the time, but premium some of the time at different stages of the game would make the most sense. Probably have the 30% XP on all the time. Definitely a pet. I guess I would start the game with premium. Use up that 24 hours of premium pretty quickly. What to do with it? The fact that I'm level 20 is pretty crazy. I actually use this gear now. Which, yes, plus 30 set of level 20 shit gear is better than level 10 gear with just the one enchant. If for some reason you're playing a hunter, these sand lizards are actually a good pet. As a hunter you can capture monsters and they're actually not a bad pet at all. Their little skill that they get off on you actually is quite helpful. Thought I'd say that, throw that in there. Oh, we finished the quest. Okay, all done, awesome. Not much time left, so we'll go kill the big fat now. Or you could call them terrifying. They're pretty terrifying, aren't they? Let's do that. Look at him. Pretty crazy. Alright, I need to see what's going on. Is my inventory is full. That later. Could actually equip these love rings. Got nothing else in that slot. And that's it. Alright, we only got the one ornament. We won't be selling it. But that's a suggestion to a new player, is you could probably go and turn that into something. Okay, as much as I can finish some quests right now, I would like to continue on. Get those, whatever scroll quests I don't have. Clean up my inventory a bit. I'm obviously doing fine for armor, so I'm not going to change my armor right now. I'd really rather focus on something better. Although there is something I can switch to. And the problem is I'm not prepared to switch. Because I will, you'll see my character. I haven't prepared for this far into the playthrough. Actually, a costume's not a bad idea. I might stop and get a costume because at this point, I don't feel like a costume is cheesy. The 500 HP is significant when you're at 1000, but I don't think it'll misrepresent the difficulty of the game now that I have all this honor. Where's the agent? There she is.
Aha.
You see what I mean? It's a level 5 item. You can't get this outside of this one quest. Okay, scroll quests. Let's keep going for a little bit. 10 item. Do I want a 15 crossbow? Kind of do. I need to move these pots. Not sure exactly what I'm gonna do with this, but haven't got my hotkeys completely thought out yet. Want to do a little weapon swap, and I can get some new skills. Arm thrust is important, so it is not really that important, but we do need it for now. Increase these skills. No rush. Not exactly decided yet on where to put dash. Don't think this skill is all that flash. That one, but we'll just use them for now because it's fun. 3, 4, 2, C is fine for now. Keep it that way.
Aha.
These sealed roses have like no value. You can get rid of them. I didn't really want to. I'll hold on to a set. How's that sound? And I might use it if I need to help me get a better set. Holding on to spare solid accessories in case I break something when I'm trying to increase it. Now this gear does have a random roll on it, so it's possible to get a better version of things. Like that's 2 mind, 1 strength, 1 dex. 1 strength, 1 dex, 1 mind. You know, if I had to choose, this one's better, but it's only 1 stat here and 1 stat there. I wouldn't worry about it too much. Says the person who looked anyway. You can sell 1 love ring, because we have 2. Now we're loaded, 1 million land. We can go to AH at some point in the near future. That'll be a huge benefit. There's something we can buy, hopefully straight away, I reckon. Got something in mind. My elbow's really sore from this chair. Legitimately slowing me down. I guess gloves. Alright. So at this point we'd lose a bit of armor and it's not really worth switching over just yet. It's more of a if we were to plus it up. And that would be sad because it's a lot of plussing. You've seen it. 10-15 minutes of plussing lots of simple basics that I don't actually have anyway. So, but I'll hold on to it in case I'm struggling in the dungeon. There's a dungeon. We are going to go to a dungeon soon. Okay, grab some scroll quests. Because we're ready, we're a little bit ahead. Violent Gropey, Clear Crystal, and then there's a 2-level jump. Gathering Red Dye. Yeah, that can be grabbed away later. Grab these new scroll quests. Nice. Kill. We can reduce this. Got some chocolate. Now there's just tons of quests, really. And we can do the next alpha testing, Temperian quest. I'm in a rush to do that though, and there's still quests to drop off. We don't have to go there yet. It's just more nightmare stuff anyway. It wouldn't hurt to go to Zacate. No, we'll do Temperian's Way quest because eventually that leads to Zacate, and it would be nice to knock out alpha testing Temperian's Way, which will also lead towards where we need to go for not just Aroma. So we'll stay on track. We are on track. We'll start killing everything in this area because there's a bunch of quests now, starting with Temperian's Way being critical. But I got a bunch of scroll quests here as well. I think happy hour resets in the next like 40 minutes, possibly now 40 minutes, but you know, it really depends on time zones and that changes a lot. My country has daylight savings, so it works differently as well in the southern hemisphere than to the north. It gets a bit confusing. I'm not going to hassle over it. Although, let's see what the Discord says. And a little happy hour alert. Let's see if it's accurate. Happy hour. What do we got? Wow. It says here 6:30 my time, based on the little auto calculation. So yeah, I'm way out from happy hour, but that means I can probably benefit later if I take a break from streaming. I can come back on later tonight and stream for a few more hours after I've had a decent break and something for dinner. Alright, we are going to switch that off for a bit. Put my G macro on so I don't have to loot anymore. Why are you naked? Good, the G macro is working. I just have to pay attention to when loot gets left behind, because it could be a bound item. Like that. At which point, I have to check. Well, it's probably going to be a rose most of the time, or as a Novia coin. I'm not against the Novia coins though. I don't need more flowers. I've already got enough to last me quite a while. They're special because you can compound them with these love rings and love bouquets into a 7-day flying mount, which we haven't compounded yet, but we will. It's not critical. We don't have any hills that we desperately need to fly over. I'm going to turn that off. Alright, turn that off and... Bah. I can switch to crossbow now. It's just I can't don't have a skill for it, so you can get off a shot. Basically one-shotting them anyway. Now it's a little bit more like a mage. So it's weapon swapping, bit of a technique, but you know, and a little bit harder to keep up with when you can't see your character like me. But gotta have a clear range of sight. Crossbow's a ranged weapon, obviously. Got quick attack, so it is a slower weapon, but it is hitting, so it is hitting faster. And you only have to stop for like a minute, like a second, and you'll probably fire it off. But yeah, a little bit of technique to it, and at least I can hit them from a distance now. Pretty neat. And then I just have to remember if I want to go back to melee to swap. I haven't plussed the crossbow, so I'm not getting all the benefit that I'd like to get. Pezzers. Whoops. I haven't heard from anybody yet who said, hey, your fan's really noisy, so I'm gonna roll with it's not. It is warm enough today to want to have a fan on. There's venom, raw crystals, trophies, DNA, desert pez. Alright, so we're nearly done in this area. Should be some pezzes on the hill. Cool. Level 20 is where things get quite a bit different. I will set my return location to South Watchtower, because next time there's a nightmare I do need to come back here, so I could use that to be a bit faster. A solid ring healing. And the next quest, which we've got some scroll quests for, so it's relevant. Leveled up again. Boy, have we leveled up again. We even have we leveled up like twice. Can actually grab 22 quests. Not in a hurry to grab, but I'll grab them anyway. And we are entering cargo field. I'm looking forward to doing my theme video, cargo field because the thing got some rhythm to it. It's not slow and creepy, it's a bit more like, boom, welcome to the industrial zone. So it'll be a bit more fast paced. There's a lot of moving things to take videos of. But I think it's going to look pretty cool. Now we got big golems. There and pull them in. Could be considered boring. I'd rather move more myself. I plan on using the skill when I get the skill. It appears to be a level 30 skill. I only want 1 point in that. Right, dash is finally maxed out. But the DNA keeps getting better. Just keep putting points into that for now. Don't really want to put it anywhere else. Whoops. Happy hour. That expires soon. The more reason to finish Temperion's Way. The XP chunk. Some of these skills are weird, like raid. You have to be behind the enemy. Use it, it won't target properly unless you are. Which is interesting to know that they've got mechanics in them where it's like, this is my front, this is my back. To be used and for that purpose for a skill. I haven't actually noticed that when it comes to like, useful, join me. Join me and live. Are you? But my Rogue! Who's not invisible because she's a thing now. Not wearing my armor. So, join me! And we will kill them together, and it will be faster. No? No? Am I good? Hey. Let's do this. I just want to finish the quest, and I don't really care about the drops. I'll stay with you in case you're still clearing things. Want to get the drops if you kill anything. Good. We'll have a few groppies, which makes this awkward. I need to focus the groppies. I want to wait around doing that. It's not helping my situation. Ah! I have a character or two who uses shift 4, shift 3. Occasionally I hit shift 3 switching weapons because it's something I would normally do now that I've got my weapon and crossbow on those buttons. Actually, that might be where I put shift C, shift B. Outside of the fact that shift will pause my character, which is frustrating. purely because you can run, jump, shoot, kite, and with the crossbow with that one skill that I plan on using a crossbow. Because it's just that little bit of tech play that'll be useful. Oh, I wish I had a 5-second dash. Whoa, too far. I'm gonna have to get clever and use dash more frequently to bypass fences. Okay, nearly done. One, cute. Alright, clear crystals, that's Libershell, Spriggans, Pez, Libershells, alright. Okay, we drop off the quest into Karte. Welcome back to Zakate. Now, we've got some places to go in Zakate. We've got some stuff to do. Let's go have a look. Here's the Flower Girl, where you can get some boxes for certain flowers. I'm not sure which flower it was anymore. So it would appear to be these black ones, these red ones, but not these black ones. No, that one works too. Okay, cool. So maybe they work. You need 10 reds or 20 blacks and you'll get a random box. So that's not bad. A reason to continue. Happy hour's gone. Oh well, we got a lot of XP out of it and I'm not worried about losing a bit of Temperion's Way XP because I'm way ahead on leveling. 22 is pretty advanced for this stage of the game. Now, always, this is the auction house in Zakate. Always like to have a look at what's here, if anything at all. You could save yourself plussing the forge by just being like, oh cool, Lamenting Cry, level 35, yeah, and then just buy that for 3k, because why not? One day. That's a lot. 10 billion land. That is not accurate. Okay, let's look at the ordinary, because that's our range. We've got... nothing major that I'm interested in. You could buy the rings now, probably. Yeah. And skip the quest just a little bit. They come up as Lentus if they're here. 23 is very soon. We don't really need to replace them. This is what I was having in my mind. This is really good. It's already plus, it's already enchanted. Got tons of land now, why not? Wish I could buy some compression Xeons. I'd have more. I'd have all the simple I could ever want. But we don't have 5.5 million land yet. Buy a property. That's actually not terrible. I'll buy that. Show you how it works. Alentus ring. I'll buy that. Get it from quests, but now we have it already. See, there you go. Somebody's selling those ornaments for 1.5 million, roughly. So not bad. I could have sold one for 1 million and probably sold it. If he's getting away with 1.5, I can get away with 1. There, now we have both our rings. We just lack simple Xeons. Level 70 doesn't serve my purposes. Iron gear is good, but he's set it to bid only, so you can't just buy it outright. Frustrating. We could almost use these gels and this crossbow. I will. I don't ever do this, but I will put a bid on it. Tomorrow, it'll expire and I might possibly own it. I wish I could have got some simple Xeons or a compression. But that'll have to do, and I cannot think of anything better to get right now. Nor can I think of anything worth selling. We'll hold on to the gear, I'll reduce it. I need some simple Xeons. Move these over here. Equip the headband. Delete this now. It's got an enchant on it. It'll give you a warning like that before you delete it, which is nice. I need to come in here? Not really. Does it want me to go? Cane. Start and report to master. Okay, cool. Gross over. Don't want them. Mostly just want the forge. See what we get. With the reduction smith, you can move the window and it will stay put. Remember what I said at the start of the game, it cost too much to reduce this stuff, and that was definitely true. You only had a couple thousand land. You can only reduce like, you know, maybe 10 items, and you'd be screwed. Whereas now that I have hundreds of thousands, it's worth it, and you'll get some simple Xeons. It scales pretty quick, pretty terribly, but again, not a problem. Now that we have that one, now that we've sold one love ring and have plenty. Now I was holding on to this stuff, but I think simple Xeons is more important to me right now, so I'll get rid of it. Yeah, I'll even sell this Aegis set. I don't really care about it. Don't feel like I'm gonna need it in the dungeon that I'm heading to. Do, however, think some simple Xeons will go a long way. I mean, I'm about to compound them anyway. Just a bit worried that I'm gonna reduce something I don't want to. I should have looked up some superness gear. Might have been a Gandharva weapon or two. Right, that looks better. Did I put anything on this weapon? No. That's what I'm using at the moment, so I will enchant it. This fire property damage item that I bought from AH. Just so you can see what it looks like. That's purple claws. Neat. Okay, is there a... No, there is not. Let's do the compound. The flying mount. So you put one of these roses in, red or black. You only need one in. And you exchange the love bouquet and love ring. It'll be fine, 100% success. This glider bike, which is noisy. Which is exactly why I will continue to use the salamander from time to time. Because it won't be as noisy. And I should compound this into something. Okay, what should we compound it into? Strength would not be a big deal. I think evasion would be a big deal. Especially because we're not upgrading our armor. Now it is a random roll, whatever stat you select. So this is the compounding of the ornament into something stronger. You can go property damage. Be like, just more damage, why not? You can do resistance, you can even do block break, you can do everything. I think evasion is going to be the most useful this early on for a melee character. The physical damage and crit is part of the item. There are two kinds of ornament that you get from Nightmare Monster. One's an armor one. One's a crit one. Both come with damage. Fair enough. Don't need endgame stuff. Let's see something endgame, guys. Here's something endgame. Neat. Right, so evasion. What do we get? 66. But it pluses 50 per plus, which is a lot. I'm not sure what the random roll could have been. I have a feeling that's a really shit roll. What does it cost? That doesn't cost much. Let's re-roll it, see what we get. So what do we have here? 66. Doesn't cost much to re-roll a basic one. 64, so it went down. Is not better. So I'll show you that again. So you only need one for the simple. It gets worse. So 15, 25, etc. But first one is just one. Boom. This is an item specifically just for re-rolling. 178. That's much better. Don't know if that's good though. We go again. $138. We can go again. And we'll go again. It's good to see some variance. Alright. At this point, I'm going to be happy with 150. At this point, I'm going to be happy with 120. $133 is a cute number. Okay. It's an item, you can reinforce it, you can enchant it. I have nothing I want to put in it at the moment, except maybe an evasion Xeon, I guess, because it's already based around that. But for the sake of more damage, we're just going to focus on reinforcing this stuff up. Here comes the boring click. Aim again. Coffee left. So there, once again, chunky damage and possibly more survivability with that evasion. Crit's nice too. Although that doesn't add up to very much crit, but almost 1% if it was to be plus 30. Ornaments have a worse scaling. Sure how the snail will do when it'll start to drop off. I can tell you that is a lot of evasion for this level. And a broken. Worth dumping everything into this snail. I really need some more simple Xeons. You used to be able to transform into the monster. You wouldn't be able to use skills, but you could still auto attack. And it was always just fun to be able to transform into them and roleplay, muck around, that sort of thing. I used to use them strategically in battle. Some were bigger, so they were more distracting. For me, they were like a moat. Alright, we are out of Xeons. That's gonna have to do. Either way, that's so much. Look at it. Freaking hell, 1533 evasion. Crazy. Okay. Alright. Drop some of these quests off. Item list. Alright, so we can upgrade some of this. Just, I mean, extra enchant slots. That can't be asked, so we won't do that. But you could. If you were happy to spend your enchants, and you didn't have anything better to put on, you could grab the level 20 stuff, enchant it, much like I did before with defense. I don't think it's going to be necessary. I really want better gear. If you're wondering, this headband is that gear, so we'll focus on that for a little bit. But there are other sets of gear we could be going for when the time is right. Change something on my mouse. Okay. Wasn't working before, but there is a trick I have for that's better. Very low DPI, so I can not be too full on with the mouse when I'm running around. Then I just have to get used to how to control it. Okay, so this is where we finally drop off Alpha Testing Temperian. Get our Model X. We'll continue this sort of quest line and this item for a long time. This is our first pet, essentially. And at level 20, you grab the next quest. We're a bit over leveled, but so we'll just grab it as is. I'll put it. Where do I normally put it? I guess F5. Isn't that normally where I put my? I don't know. We're not going to use it. That's kind of the sad part. We're just not going to use it that much anyway because it's not relevant to our character. It's a pet. Okay, so here we are. Here's my model. Probably going to be annoying anyway because of the first person thing. She heals in combat, so has like HP recovery. You can be really tanky and she can solo stuff for you in the game that you probably can't just because she can heal like that. If you keep boosting her and leveling her up through these quest lines and compound recipes. So we'll get into that as we get on. I'm gonna get rid of her for now. I'm gonna set my return location to Sakate. I have some land. I can drop my... Can I? Do a bit of that. We have some fluids. So I really want to see... I want to get rid of my... I want to get rid of my fluids from my inventory. And continue to just clean it up. I'll let my inventory fill up with other shit. Selling. Expensive stuff. Okay, this is all level 10. Now, to save yourself some time, I don't think it's gonna work because the auto run. Yep. Yeah. Normally I would say use the auto run button, but it doesn't work for me right now. But you need to make these a stack. That is not what I wanted, but I'll go with it. 10. Get very good at basic arithmetic in this game. What's that? The same thing? 14. That's what we need. Suppose I'll hold on to this just in case I end up with some more, but I doubt it. We're in Novalux. We're going to turn this into an item. We need to come to this NPC, Dr. Rasmussen. Okay, so we've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Now, we could probably grab some more. I want to spend all our land though. So we're able to do these compounds without having to come back in the future. I'll go down to 400k. Roughly. That's pretty good. And I'll continue to move stuff around. I'm going to go into the forge. I think we've been here before. And you put one of these scripts in here. So the first one is for like the level 0. Level 20 fluids, you need the level 10 counterpart. And it goes on like that, all the way to end game. You get a box. And these boxes stack. So if you're farming into the future, you can just leave them in your box so you need them. Okay. And we're going to open them up, see what we get. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Alright. Huh, we lucked out. We got a damage one, and we got an armor HP one. Really good. This HP one immediately gives us like 400 extra HP. And the armor's really nice too. 18. Now, it's an item, like a lot of other items. It's got a huge amount of enchant slots. The fact that it's Chaos, that's part of the whole random thing. So you can plus it up. The HP one will give skill crit chance, more armor, more HP, more con, which is really good for survivability. And the damage one, there is a magic one as well, but mage. This one, I think, has a hidden damage boost stat, but either way, you get the strength and the dexterity. 3 strength is equal to 1 physical damage, so you're still getting like +1 damage for this, even if there isn't a hidden stat boost. So that's relevant. They're both relevant to me. They are Chaos grade, so you don't exactly get Chaos Sions at this level. There is a way to get Chaos Sions, but we're going to need a lot more simple Sions to make some Chaos Sions, and we're just not there yet. Not until we have some compressions, get some more land, that sort of thing. Get our hands on them. I literally just came here because I wanted to drop these scroll quests off. We could start questing in Novalux, but I'm happy to stick with Zacate till the end. Everything else is trash. There are examples of other ones like magic, and they're different grades, so they're a bit more accessible. If that's what you got, that's what I would use. This one's not all that bad. And they can also plus in funny ways as well, so it's worth keeping that in mind. Last thing I want to do, go to the bank. We are going to want this love bouquet in the future, and our next ring. We are going to put it in the bank. And we'll see how we do. If we need to survive, we'll put on the armor fluid. We'll just go with damage for now. I don't want to use the return spell. I can run. We're so close to level 24. In the tavern, you'll probably find an agent. Usually where she's located. Grab the last. Roll quests. And go do some drop-offs. Just so we're up to date. because of where all the quests are located in the near future, I don't want to go out of my way to complete them just yet, because the nightmare quests that are coming up, it's still relevant. And I can just kill them while I'm in the same area, while I'm passing through doing a couple things. So we don't have to go out of our way to finish these quests yet, knowing that we should be in the area for nightmare quests. There are some quests over at the Black Hand Camp, which are worth doing because they're a bit more time consuming and won't fit into a nightmare schedule. You may need 2 nightmares anyway to finish things off. So here's Peddler Maxim. This is where you technically pick up the Gutters quest. Again, that's just not a quest worth doing, although we can do it later. We'll just do the Temperian's Way quest for now, because it's just a powerful quest that gives you a lot of XP and a lot of stuff. We are, though, about to get a Rex item that, in all honesty, because it can't be sold and it can't be traded and you have to put it in the bank and it's an outdated mount, I would consider not finishing this quest, because these flowers make a 7-day flying mount. That's faster, does the same thing, but it flies and it's faster. Once you've got 52 roses, you've got a year's worth just in the roses. Like, could be, you know, 26, it could be 26 each. There's another one. You've got a year's worth of flying mounts. If you've got 100, 200, 300, you've got like a lifetime fly kind of thing. And, you know, there are people out there who've got stacks and stacks and stacks and stacks, so it's not like you're not going to be able to buy them. These could be bought with a bind on acquire item. You could just go buy a stack. I'm sure somebody would love to sell a stack of these if they've got stacks and stacks. I do. And then the love rings and the love bouquets, they really are a dime a dozen late game if you're a farmer. So I wouldn't worry about it at all. You don't need to get the Rex, you don't have to complete Temperian's Way. There is a second quest in the game that gives you a Rex. You might end up with 2 non-tradable, non-sellable, non-destroyable Rexes. So that's just my warning to you guys that you don't have to finish this quest. But I'm going to, because I don't care. And I'm just going to put it in the bank, and I don't care. It's some XP, and it's fun to complete things. Specifically because of Valentines, you're never going to need a Rex. It is even possible during the Halloween event to get a permanent fast Von Dutch Rex, but I don't think we're going to get that event anytime soon. Alright, team battle. 24, level 24, these are new dailies. They are dailies for the battlefield. You're very unlikely to get into Iron Mine, but you'll pick up Field of Contention and Team Battle. Team Battle is really, they're both really important, really useful. You'll get a pretty big chunk of XP after a battlefield, like a really significant decent chunk, like possibly 1 million XP. Maybe not at this level, maybe like level 40 something. You could easily be getting like 1 million XP per battlefield, making it highly viable as like a just go FOC. The problem is FOC is level bracket specific, and you know, you've got to find people, and somebody might be just going there to farm. I'm going to reset because I've got to level 24. It's a new level bracket. Maybe in the next level it's a new level bracket. which is like between 25 and 49. First bracket is 1 and 24, I think. And nobody does 1 through 24. It's pointless. But if you're a completely new player, you're gonna care. You're actually gonna care. Maybe I can get a buff. Ah, got away. Where was I? Have I done enough of these quests? I kind of have. I'll just drop it off. Might be an agent around the corner too, so I can get rid of some of these, so I don't have to look at them for a while. I'm definitely gonna tick box these off, I don't need to see them. XP is getting a lot better for those scroll quests. This is the Rex item I was talking about. I'm gonna finish the quest. It is a big chunk of XP. 9, that's pretty sick. Happy hour and all that would have made that super juicy. So here it is. You can't delete it. You can't sell it. Especially if you're mounted, but you can't sell it even if you're... What? What? They fix it. They fixed it. They fixed it. Somebody let me know. They fixed it. Huh. And it sells for the same price. 203. Yet it doesn't specify that price. When it's in here, it says 49. That's interesting. It's interesting to me because I know that might be broken. Might be something broken there. Huh. What? They fixed it. Man, that's hilarious. Well, there you go. I don't want to get rid of him. I feel bad now. Goodbye, my lover. Goodbye, my friend. See you later. They fixed it. How about that? Okay, those quests are done. Desert Snail, I'm not in a hurry to finish. Zacate Village. I really probably... Okay, let's use the flying mount now. No! I figured I can't fly because I'm invisible and it messes with the game. I should say I can fly. I'm just gonna have to be very situational about it. It looks like this. Oh, there might be a really fast way to do it if I had 2 costumes. Alright, and then you just put it back on. There we go. Now you can fly. Gotta cheese it. This is the first time I've flied on this stream. So flying is super helpful. There's another daily boss monster that spawns here, which is why that strong player was here a second ago. Theme battle strongest. I have gotten too close. If a theme battle strongest comes up, that's when I really recommend new players tune in and go to strongest and do all that. If a union is on, I recommend joining so you can see what time it'll finish. Set a timer on your phone or something like that so you can join just before it ends. And possibly finish the Win a Battlefield daily quest, because 3 points that you'll get for it are super worth it in the early game when you're new. We have entered Prison Mine, which is over here. It is probably the most relevant dungeon for our level. The monsters in here can be a bit tough, but we are so overpowered. This evasion and overpowered with our damage, with all this plus in our gear. If you hadn't done any of that, these guys probably be one-shotting me. 2-3-shotting me. Pretty crazy. The XP is actually not bad at all. I'm about to go up in level 22. If some of these mobs are 22, I'm actually going to turn my honor on before we overlevel. Just about to overlevel. 24 is a bloody good level. And yeah, these guys are nightmare monsters, so you'll get better drops, better XP, better rewards. But in particular, you can farm this set, this level 20 Ion Crentium set. You can also farm the mage equivalent, Frezia, however it's pronounced. This is another example of item drop rate. Be really good. XP has improved reasonably since when we were last honor farming, so that's going to be nice for our honor levels. Now that we've switched. So ideally we would like to farm until we have the set. It's the first set that comes with like a bonus. So when you get it all together, you get that extra set bonus. Like the 50 armor is significant, 160 HP is pretty nice. 15 con, 19 strength, pretty nice. Extra enchant slots. There is a set that I would say is probably as good if not better at level 35, and at level 40 you get the next version of this set. You could probably just stick with the level 20 set the whole way through. This is an open dungeon, so other people can come in here and farm with you and not be in a party. So that's the thing. You can run through all the way to the end, and there's a portal which can take you back to the entrance. But you can definitely farm here for a while. Another love ring? Yes. Don't mind if I do. This is super easy. That evasion, this armor. Don't even have like a plus 30 set on yet or anything. I just have this. The Ion set is unique in that it doesn't give you long range defense, but it gives you more short range defense. Being as most monsters in this game are melee monsters that'll come up and auto attack you, it's really good, like that extra armor, like that'll really help with bosses and that in the early game. And nightmare monsters. So I can easily see myself or you farming in here until next nightmare. Any extra gear you get, you could probably sell. No, you could probably sell a +0. The fact that I found this for 80k land is a bit of an exception. That could have been sold for 1 million land. Easily. If nobody else is selling it. Another compression. Nice. One issue you will have in here though, the way this dungeon is, a drop from one of these monsters might end up in a high place due to the way the mechanic works for those loot boxes, and that can be frustrating. actually quite surprised that I'm doing this much damage, like two-shotting. Have a love bouquet, so pretty soon I will have a couple of love rings, a couple of love bouquets, and you can just start selling them to the NPC because you'll be ahead. We've had valentines on for months, like over half a year now, so I don't think it's going to go anywhere anytime soon. And even if it did, there are characters out there who probably farmed a couple characters worth of bags of love rings and love bouquets, so they'll be around for a long time. Some of the monsters will be in the wall, and they will be stuck in the wall, and they will not enjoy being aggroed. They will get stuck and they will not die, because they will be in and out of combat, where they get all their HP back. You'll have to make sure they remain aggroed, so you'll have to stay in front of them. We've started getting level 20 fluid for our level 30 fluid equivalent. That's right, 30, 20, so these are 20, yep. Oh, be careful with dash in these sort of places. You can end up dashing and getting stuck in walls. That's not too bad because you might be able to just dash back out of the wall or potentially take advantage of your new position. But you can also dash and end up in the floor, which in this dungeon is a long way down. And if you can't use your return skill, you'll be stuck for a while. You won't be able to kill yourself and you'll just be stuck on the floor. So know your dash. Know your dash and be careful where you place it. Try to dash where you want to be, where you want to go. Be careful when dashing close to a wall, especially close to a corner. A lot of dash physics in this game that are buggy revolve around corners where two surfaces meet. Okay, at this point I don't want to bloat my inventory, so I'm going to let these Novia coins stack. Started getting lentis rings that I don't really care about. Again, happily go out of your way to just delete this stuff as you get this stuff. Don't really need it. Here we go, we got a Kentium Ion glove. I think at this point, the set bonus that we're going to get from equipping this is worth more than the armor that we're going to lose. So we can actually put this on. We're just going to have a problem if there's a chest piece. Might put new improved weapons off to the side. Still not that good though, there are better weapons. And I don't see it as better until I plus it, making it less better, but yeah, we might still end up using it if we don't have a alternative. Not being too pedantic about killing every mob in the dungeon. Again, it's an open dungeon. They respawn on their own time. Usually by the time you clear a dungeon, there's another return there. Clearing this dungeon like this, usually by the time you get to the end, the start's going to be completely respawned, so you could just cycle back through very quickly. There is a bugged monster though. One of the few of his kind in this dungeon, one in particular. And he respawns. Goodness. 2 people queued for FOC. What is this? Let's do it. I'm probably too strong. That's always the sad part. I'd probably let him farm. We could do farm. 30 minutes of farming. We could do that. Yeah, come on. FOC. Alright, let's go into community chat. So yeah, compared to before, it's taking a lot longer to get our honor up, but I'm really happy with it. Like, even just halfway through this dungeon and it's gone up 10 levels, roughly, is pretty good. You know, give me an hour or two of just mindlessly farming honor. Maybe not mindlessly, but, you know, you're getting from 100 to 200 is going to be the next big jump. Getting from 200 to 300 is going to be a significant jump in what I can do, what I can pull off. Now, these mobs, they're pretty cool actually. They've got a unique skill that does pure damage. I don't use it very often, but it is a bit random. But it is like 400 pure damage or something like that. Like, it just bypasses everything. Pretty significant chunk. Don't know what it's called exactly. I could probably wait until he uses it, just to highlight it. There's the mage headband. That's going to be worth something. Okay, I'm going to hit him, and then I'm going to wait. He can just hit me. Ah, there we are. Holy shit. 685. It was half my HP. I've got a lot of HP. That bypassed my evasion. That bypassed my armor. It did a pure 600 plus damage. Pure as. That is huge and unusual compared to all the other monsters in this game. Another example of an attack that does a pure amount of damage that cannot be negated would be like Boxian, which is this big Ice Dragon Queen boss that is somewhat endgame, that is a huge AoE, and it does like 10,000 damage when she's about to die. Whoop. Another compression, not surprised. You're much more likely to get compressions from elite monsters, and especially from dungeon elite monsters. Another love ring, yep, see, all the drop rate much better from elite monsters. Another love ring, insane. Probably sell it straight up to an NPC at this point, because I've got 7 days worth of flying mount already. I only want to bank a few in case I don't get back to streaming for a week, which is a strong possibility. And I'm ready to go again. Cool, I need that crossbow, kind of. Where did I put my swords? Did I delete them? Looks like I deleted them. Let's just put them here this time. And I suppose we'll use claws instead. Messy inventory hurt brain. Another love ring? There's 3 million land sitting in my inventory. For free! 2 if I want to bank one. That's heaps good, man. Now, this final room is a bit weird. Because they've put up some invisible walls. Probably because they were being nice here, so you can't run in. I wish they would just get rid of them so people can fall to their death, because that's more fun. You can't, because of them, you really can't just dash either to the other side, so I can't do any cool tricks to get back over. Otherwise, it would be really cool to come up here, kill this mob, and then just jump over. Even if there's a little gap, like that's enough of a gap. You should just jump over, but you can't. Another love bouquet, that's good. I'll even try and use my dash. No, it didn't work. Maybe I can do it off of this rock, but... Oh, no, now we're stuck. That's not great. Good thing we have dash. If you were going to spend any money, like just a little bit, if you like anything for my quality of life, I would spend it on the 3-bag item. It's pretty significant. Now, there's no reason to go up here. No monsters or anything, but... yeah, you can just look around. I was thinking of a later dungeon similar. There is actually something cool to go and look at. Okay, now that monster right there, that's him. That's the bugged one. You kill him, and he instantly respawns. Or almost instantly, which is just unusual. Probably about there. Or there. He doesn't respawn in the exact same location, but he just instantly respawns, man. So you don't have to like reset dungeon and run through it. You could probably just wait around. But I don't think this is quite as fast. If we lived in a new relaunch era, I would camp this spawn. Well, I say I would camp him, but I'd probably move on to newer and greater things as soon as I had my armor set and move on. It would actually be fun if they made a server in this game that reset every month, and it's like for a month you can just have the relaunch experience. Jump in and, you know, have that. I think people would actually play that. I know that sounds crazy, but I actually think a lot of veterans would happily spend a few days on a new character when everybody's like, brand new characters, let's go make a guild, yep, let's go do this, go raid, blah blah blah, do. Sell stuff, get rich, and then it gets reset every month. Could even have a leaderboard or something to make things interesting. That would actually be so much fun. Battlefield would be alive. They could do that in general for the whole game. And just be like, you know, if they got rid of all the pay to win at the end game, blah blah blah, they could be like each year. They wouldn't do this, but like each year we're just gonna reset the servers and you all know about it. And everybody's just racing to the top. And they focus more on progression over endgame mechanics, like enchanting and plus 30ing items. They focus more on the fun stuff. And they optimize the game too while they're at it. Am I crazy? I don't think I am. Narod would tell me I am. Okay. There's our boss dude. I wonder if we can take him on. Whoa! The evasion, bro. It's all in the evasion. I should not be able to take him on, but I'm taking him on. I'm just soloing. I am confident. Brah. Brah. Too much chalky for you, bub. I gotta get myself a costume. We're at a point. I have a plan. I have a costume. Costume should we buy, guys? I'm gonna die! He's crit me a few times and I can't keep up, but I'm close. Okay. Let's go back in the dungeon, we got heaps of time. Item on. Costumes. What costume should I go? I don't want to go a costume that you can just get from a one-day click, so no beach costumes. Definitely don't want to go a Christmas costume because that used to be a permanent costume. Suppose I wouldn't go any Halloween costumes because that used to be a permanent costume. Just has to be a unique costume. Pirate. I don't think I look at pirate costume very much. I don't know much about what that looks like. I'm gonna go a Holmes costume. Ninja's pretty popular amongst rogues, obviously, so no thanks. Not gonna be massively keen on the nudie costume simply because I might get in trouble. Korean, Chinese. Loyalist. Revolutionary. I don't know what these look like on the Cruxiana. If I knew, I would pick between these two. But I might possibly pick the pirate costume anyway. Because there might not be like bugs or anything on it. Okay, this dungeon's super easy, so Just have to watch out for bound items. Honestly, a pet would be really sweet. But pets are expensive. And I wouldn't have to worry at all about drops. And I could switch off. I think I have to buy a pet for this playthrough, so I can switch the screen off more. It only works when I'm enjoying the view. If I could optimize all my gear for damage, off 30 everything, then I might be one-shotting. Huh, I got turned around. Really, the auto run is just useful so I can, my auto run macro is useful so I can scratch myself. Take my hand off the keyboard for a minute. Keep running. Okay. Good, sounds off. Now I am logging in my main account. I haven't gotten a Valentine's box in ages. This account, this newbie playthrough, it's not meant to be like a absolutely utterly debilitated, I am going to pretend that I'm poor account. I am happy to spend a bit more on it. I probably could have and should have done this ages ago. I'm not a dude. Frustrating. I'm the wrong dude. Character screen. I don't want to give myself too much of an edge. Like, again, I'm not going to, like, send myself really OP shit, bunch of Characions, blah, 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 because it takes away the enjoyment of getting drops and things and progressing and showing a new player who can't do that how to do that. But like I said, if you use that megaphone, if you use region chat, if you get into conversations with strong players, you should be able to ask, hey, can I join your guild? And you're probably going to get in. Now, I'm in Moribund, and I'm a manager with one of my characters. So I can come over here and make this work. Now, I'm going to get rid of Mr. Warlord. I'm just going to get rid of my own character from the guild. Weird. You want to leave your guild? No. That's strange. What a weird... I can't explain it. Where's the boot button? Kirilu, Warlord. Dang it. Why were those buttons mixed up? Now I can't. Ah, well. No wonder he's not trying to join. Stuff that up. My goodness. Well, no guild for me. Hide them all. Sorry you can't see this right now. It's not important. You're loud and annoying. You're loud and annoying. Brain death. Grim Reaper, what do you reckon? Timeo. They make annoying sounds. Don't have an Oculus. I don't see anything else. Do know that I want to send a costume. I haven't played with the pirate costume very much, so... There it is. You can see that, right? Alright. That looks pretty cool. That looks pretty boss. Especially with claws. And you don't get rid of the skull and bones. Looks sick as. Probably better than the loyalty outfit. Oh, I like it. Okay. So you get that extra HP, not the end of the world. I need to do a little bit of wizardry in the background. Check that I'm doing. It's ninja. I don't want ninja. That looks about right. Cool. All fixed. Now I won't have problems for a long time. 30 days to be precise. We'll close that. Keys are saved. Next thing I want to do is buy myself a pet. Kind of stuck between a Grim Reaper and a Brain Death. I worry about what's going to be the most annoying to listen to. It'd be so much easier if somebody could make my decision for me. I like the way the Brain Death looks when it's level 1. I don't like the way it looks when it's level 10. I don't think I want... Baby Robert can look pretty cool. Of course you do. Kiko's the most cute, but I have that bark in my head when I sleep. Alright, Grim Reaper it is.
Hey, Kirlu. You still streaming?
It's expensive. It's 600 item haul, guys. But the extra XP, the extra drop, eventually the extra stats, although I don't care that much about PvP, but especially because it's not relevant really. Just picking items up for me is gonna be really, really, really good. I think. And I might buy a bag item. So he's kind of out of the way. He could be on the ground. I don't know what's more in the way, up high or down low. Little ghost probably matches the whole theme. Okay, and he just makes ghost sounds. Little spooky spooks. Yeah, I'm familiar with that noise. It's probably not as annoying as listening to a bark. Ask, but guess I will. Fury's on. know if I'm going to appreciate him running across my field of vision all the time. Questionable. Too late now. I bought a ghost. Could have been a doggy, which at least, you know. Whoa, we just slowed down, eh? That again, is it? Oh, yeah! I think my account has some memory leaks because I'm starting to get those massive lags. When you turn the UI off, you get massive lags. Hang on a minute. No, I'd have to unpack the actors. I'm thinking there's a way I could get rid of the ghost but still have him active as a pet. Not in a way I'm comfortable changing. I think I have a better chance of getting rid of the, At least he's slow. Just a bit annoying when he comes in like that, in my field of vision. Be a bit less annoying if he was, a doggy on the ground or something. Stop. I got some more ion armor. Wrong kind of armor, but it's something. Just gotta remember not to delete it. That's kind of a pain. I'll put it in this bag. Not really planning on touching that bag. I wish they had a pet transmogrify button. Not a button, like an item or item, like 100 item or swap your pet. I also wish they would let you choose what level it is, because sometimes I don't want the level 10 look, I want the level 1 look. Because I'd be happy to spend 100 item more. And change it to a Kinko at this point and see what that looks like. Fair enough. Sure what to increase next. Ah, it's nightmare, jeez. We're not paying enough attention to the time on the clock, but nightmare, so we better get going. I should have sent myself some NPC teleports. Might still do that. All we have to do... get onto this. Okay, what was next? We haven't done that yet. That's kind of problematic. We should have used the Wing Rider anyway. I do not want to get stuck. Probably worth it. No? Okay. We're gonna get mildly stuck. Oh yeah, of course it'd be a level up. I want to grab most of these, I'll just grab that for now. Session based is a critical quest. Shoto Raven, welcome back, bro. I am playing a new playthrough. So, not much. A new twist on the game. I'm playing in first person. Playing in extreme third person. And... yeah, it's sort of a newbie series, so a bit of a hold your hand playthrough where you get to like see me go through the game mostly by myself. Did a few things at the start, like I showed how to make an account with Warp Portal and download the game off Steam. My headphones on. Ding dong. Wish there was two of these guys close together. Just a little bit new. I've done something to the game, so I've made my character invisible. So I've got the cursor scrolled right in. I've just recently bought a pet because it was kind of sucky to have items drop, and when in this mode that I'm in right now, if there's bound items, it's frustrating. So I was like, get a pet. The pet can pick those items up for me, and I can spend more time without the UI. I just think it's kind of cool. You see everything in more detail. And there's been lots of new players, you know, like new people checking out the YouTube channel and new people coming into the Discord. So it's been like 2 years since my shaman series, or over a year at least. And that was pretty popular. The quest sounds done, but not just a rumor quest. 2 more to go. Maybe. Ding dong, my bid has failed. I'm gonna roll with it, being bid related. I am contemplating getting my Grim Reaper to go invisible as well. Where's the Scourge? There is one. I still don't hear a ding. Really? No ding? Man, I don't think I have time. Even if I were to teleport, the next quest is you've got to kill 2 sets of nightmare mobs. I'm sorry to hear they banned you, Tommy. They probably had a couple duplicate items on your character or something like that, because that's what they claim. But that's something that's come up with a lot of people who've had their character banned. Like, even if you've got duplicated reconstruction of ancient ruin items, you'll likely still get banned in a sweep, because they're just looking for duplication lines. They're just looking for item codes that are duplicates. Pretty suggestive. Nice. PC. Yeah, I suppose I need to do that. Okay. Prison workshop.
Ah.
Is this prison workshop? Yeah, I think it is.
Aha.
Read that yet. Suppose I go clean up this inventory a bit. I do know, yeah, you did farm a lot. But I don't know at the same time. Not saying that you did or didn't, and somehow maybe there was an item in your inventory. Wouldn't be your fault, really, if it was, because you know, you could easily have just bought it off somebody, you know, their vendor or their trading or something like that. Like, come on, like, we've all bought stuff, right? Like, enchants and things like that. You're not gonna make everything yourself. But yeah, otherwise, maybe some, excuse my French, dickhead reported you or something like that. No worries, I'm on Discord. Oh, they gift notes. Of course they are. Okay, so the not just a rumor quest, it develops into a research for new genes quest, and these NPCs only appear at nighttime. So you have to drop off the quest, which is a nighttime thing. You don't have to pick it up because you can just use the search, pick it up. While we're here, we'll pick it up. That's my main reason for coming into Sakate right now. There's also the Temperian's Way quest, which I might as well knock out as well while I'm here. Because that's the... there's a grocer in town where I have to deliver that to continue on that quest line. I will, however, spend some time in AH, possibly selling some stuff. Look up Frezia. We have some Frezia upper armor, and we have some Frezia headband. So I reckon if somebody's selling it for $1 mil, I'll sell mine half that price. I think that's pretty reasonable, eh? Whoa. Whoa. Okay. Let's look up superness. Let's look up. Let's stick with superness for a sec. But we'll look up crossbows. Gandharva crossbow. That's awesome. For not too much. Awesome. Let's look up. Gandharva is the level 25 weapon of choice. We'll look up claws. Shoot. Claws will be more physical crits. Would we prefer dual swords? For $1 million land, would we prefer dual swords? Not really. 36 and 50. What was claw? 33 and 41. Damage variance wise, not a huge deal. But to have physical crit rate, probably better. They kind of look cooler with my costume anyway. Grab claws. That's testosterone. Can I trade? Good to be in a guild again. The guild, if you're in a guild, obviously chat is awesome. Being able to help people out, that sort of thing. 250 is the limit. There are potential detriments, like being in a war, but you can always just leave. And the guild buffs from guild wars are really handy. Just extra stats, recovery, more XP, more item drop. Those are big deals. Now that I'm looking at it, that'll do. Thanks, bro. I just got one gift from one friend, a level 50 enchant. It could have been the level 50 enchant. Like, I don't know. The only people who could know are the people who banned your character, which is the developers. Real bullshit, though. Be nice to get a slap on the wrist or something. Maybe, you know, like a week ban, or just have the items removed. How about just boom, slap, all items removed, sweep from the game that are duplicated. So, you know, could be innocent. I can answer that question. Ah. I have to update something on the Discord. Okay. Had to do that. We were running a bit behind on the Christmas event and hadn't made decisions, so got that out the way. I need to catch up on guild chat. What I must put in for damage. Do. Yeah, it works. Not gonna answer his question more than I need to. Let's look at ordinary stuff. Where were we up to? A lot more stuff here than there was last time I looked it up. Really like to buy some compression sounds. Won't be too long actually, and there's definitely some Kentium. I can get ahead on that. Won't be too much longer. Okay, let's look up the Kentium again. I did not pronounce it right. What's it called? It's called Rentium. Okay, it's just some uppers. I need to sell some love rings. When I get around to treasured premium dungeon, that'll make things interesting. Okay, so you two are going to replace you two. That's a much better option because it scales, and it scales in a useful, a good way with good stats and good damage, as well as being relevant to level 25. So Canned Harbor is the ideal weapon for level 25, unless you can afford Theme Battle, but Theme Battle 25 will be replaced by 40 soon. I want a NPC that sells stuff. You are the closest. We are going to sell these love rings. We're not even going to throw them in the bank because we're just so ahead on love rings. And I believe more will come, and we are loaded now. We will not have a problem. You can just sell all this trash. I'll even sell the bouquets. Not stressed. Not that it adds up to much, but inventory is going to fill up again with trash again soon, but it's alright, it's okay. Alright, that's heaps better, right? I can even buy those compressions now. Not sure I will. It is a big chunk of goodies. Now, it's sad, I'm gonna go farm and this might drop, but I can always throw it up on AH. I wouldn't mind getting it now and being ahead. What else is important to our build? Let's look at impressions in general. Wow, that's expensive. Jeez, guys. They don't need to be that expensive. Zelda, you... If there was a merchant guild, he'd be in it. My goodness. It's not even worth buying the superness, because you could just buy your simple, and... How are we doing? We'll buy your simple. We can make the superness from the simple. We heap set. There goes all my land. Property. We want... As we see one, that'll narrow down our search. Actually, if we've been through the whole menu, that's that. Nobody's selling it. I'm not surprised. I'll get one for my quest soon. Alright. Got the Cantium. What else to look into? Here's another trick. You can click and drag into the chat box and it'll put the link there. Links are handy. You can also just copy and paste. That's what a link looks like, and if you own the item and you're linking it, the people will be able to click on it and see what you're talking about, and actually view the item, which is cool if you've got reinforcements and enchants and you're showing off your shinies. But I just want to copy and paste it over here so I can bang straight up see these reds and know what they're worth, and beyond my price range right now, which is fine. Outside of armor, I think I'm set. I think I'm good. Got the simple compressions. I've got most of my armor set. Just need some pants and some shoes to finish it off. Probably end up back farming again soon. I will enchant this gear with more armor, I think. It's still probably the better stat versus FOC gear. Probably go FOC gear for farming reasons, but I might need this stat for Emperor Prince Graydon, because it's tanky. One, 2, 3. I want a couple stacks. Then I want 112 over here. I want 123 over there. And I want to smush them together in a compound. Make some superness. Cost me a fair bit though. I still need. I'm gonna struggle a little bit, but I only need that much, I think. I certainly can compound a few more of these. Make more room in my inventory. And possibly get an improvement. Don't need this one anymore. Put this over here. While we're here, we'll make these boxes. And we're not level 30 yet. So we won't open them. Then we'll end up with more stuff in our inventory. Particularly if we get something good. go to save space. Just leave it stacked up like that. Okay, we're good for compounding for now. No need to repair anything, apparently. It's been a while since we died. Yeah, some chockies. And now we just want to do some reinforcement. Here we go. What else needs plussing? Our rings need plussing. 22, 22, 22, 22 looks good. This headband's probably plussable. Didn't finish that. What's in the mailbox? Possibly something for sale. This could be plussed and this could be plussed. One of these scroll quests that I'm doing, I think a nightmare one, will give me the property damage that I'm looking for. So I want to put a property physical attack into one of these, into both of them, really. Actually, I'm pretty sure it doesn't work on the long range one. Better off putting a fireball on it or something. Maybe a... I don't know. Probably don't need to put any enchant into the crossbow. It's gonna be so irrelevant. Maybe a short range defense power double down level 5 for bosses. Call it the Monster Hunter. Now, I will go through the game. This comes from a boss that you can probably farm at this point, but, you know, you might get 1 or 2 weapons from the boss. There's a bunch of weapons in the game, so you could be having to go through the dungeon and kill the boss quite a few times. You're much more likely to find it on AH and just buy it. Just saying. I will show my viewers Gandharva and go through the dungeon and do the boss, because it's fun to show everything. And in some hypothetical, the weapon isn't on AH, so you go and kill and farm for it. Or maybe you just get on with the game, because by the time you get the drop, you could be high enough level for the next weapon. I would prefer a theme battle weapon anyway. Speaking of theme battle, I haven't really checked for a while. I would start a battle, because it's probably waiting to be started. But... of course we failed. I'm not too sure if I want to be on for much longer. I have been on for pretty well the whole day. Cool, that's done. Oh, I could enchant it. I'm not too bothered. I guess if I was having a hard time, I would go the extra mile and improve my gear and go, alright, I'll put some defense on it, some evasion on it, but right now I'm kind of flying. Alright, so it can't actually be queued. Sometimes you have to like queue to get it started when it comes to theme battle. But it must be switching over soon, or going through the null period, which is once a day. I'll just queue for FOC until I see a genuine theme battle worth joining. One way or another, it would be really nice to have some points. The Lentus Dura gear of the next bracket, the next grade of accessory, can also be pushed to plus 30, much like the former, with this Forge event. So don't be shy about plussing and moving on to this set. It's slightly better. You've got more enchant slots. The ring has 2, but everything else has 3 enchant slots, which is better than 1/2 from the former. A little bit more base damage, like 1 extra base damage. And a little bit more stat. It's mostly just a bit more base. Not a big deal. It's mostly the enchant slot that makes it better, because you can do a lot with an enchant slot. You could push all your crits up. You could push your damage up. If you're a mage, property damage goes a long way. An extra 2 is like an extra 2 pluses. You put that across all your gear, it's like having a whole nother accessory. I am probably still going to settle for 22 like the rest of my gear, because we're doing so well. We don't need plus 30. And plus 30 is... We've got the Xeons, but it's time. It's time. Time fails. Possibly we'll lose an item. Get the occasional break. At least the most time-consuming part is just the start of the game, when you have to click so many times. As you get later into the game, it'll just be like one piece here, one piece there, maybe an armor set if you get it all in one hit, prepared for the future. Accessories won't come all at once, you know, it'll just be piece by piece. Spreads this out a little bit. Yep. Last thing to do is plus this bow. Still want to hit really hard with this bow. Probably going to use this bow for quite some time. Unless I have a lot of extra theme battle points, I'm not going... I'm not going to buy the extra weapon. Just for a quick weapon swap. Something that I would do if I've got the extra points. But probably save it for later. If you can get the theme battle weapon, it's pretty relevant at any level as it, because you get like you get the one at level 25, or the one at 40, or the one at 55, etc. And it'll be relevant to that level. It'll look like a plus 30 item, all things considered, until you've got raid drops that are, you know, have their own caveat. Of course, the Kentium, it doesn't get bound on equip, so something you can sell when you're done with it, or pass on to another character. Same with the Gandharva weapons. The accessories, however, are bound once you equip, so you'll just delete them or sell them to an NPC. Enchants. Just want to put some armor. Bit of extra armor, because it's already such an armor emphasized piece of gear. It's pretty standard to just push the armor a little bit further. My evasion's already through the roof with my ornament. Crossbow over here. 4. Claws over here. Nothing to put on there claws enchant wise yet, which is fine. Got my fluids. Inventory looks nice and clean. Deliver this stuff. Okay, we haven't done that yet. Backtrack a little bit. Here's the one. Dura's probably slightly more valuable, I'm not sure. Lentis. And then we go to Rogue Watchtower. Okay, and we leveled up one more unnecessary time. More Parnas quests, we're not going to worry about that. How did I end up queuing for Iron? Oh yeah, theme battle. Sale complete. Nice. Got my land back. I thought so. Yeah, they're not really worth it. I appreciate the person selling plus 30 ring, 5 million land. I used to do that back in the day. One of the few things that really hasn't changed in value. I'm just not sure. I feel like I want to look at auction house. Have something come into my field of vision. Be like, buy me, buy me. Oh well, moving on. Pretty happy with it. What's next? 0900. Empyrean's Way. Still kicking on. Can continue to go through Prison Mine, but there is another place I can go. There's another place I can go farm. It's a place that I would eat. No, my game can't handle it. I need to reset the client. My elbow's so bruised. I am going to get ahead and just do all these quests. So when I'm here next time, it'll be... Oh, hello. I'm stuck. Every now and then, your character will jump off to the side. Painfully. And it'll be annoying. I don't have to press G anymore. That stuff I can afford to give. I don't need the tank fluid. This person, if they're struggling in this area, probably could. English players, I'm so glad to see them. So many lately. nice if I had stacks of megaphones. I don't really want to multi-client because of any extra drag on my computer. Nice, one extra quick attack. Faster. Stay here. It's been an interesting 6 hours. There's been lots of new players, seemingly new players. And I know I could wait for happy hour, but I don't think I will go for it. The reset's at 6:30, so I'm about to miss the chance to do TD twice over. I don't know. Called that fluid will help you out a lot. And those compressions, that's shitloads of compressions. Like I use what, 8 or 9 compressions, roughly. And I was set. Like, I got all these Eons, I made everything happen. I compounded and got the superness I needed, still had plenty. So I just gave 20 to that person, I've still got 73. If I keep getting love rings, I think okay, they got the love ring. Well, that's good, they could probably use the lamp. This is the second location where you'll find black hands. This is much more of the stronghold. Again, a high point. Very strategic. I'm going to assume that I'm not about to die. They're actually doing a fair bit of damage. There's another daily quest, the level 50 boss mobs. So this is another location where you might get a buff. It's really good because this area can be really difficult if you don't have your gear sorted out like I do. Like, this can actually be really tough. personally don't think the model for the Black Hand Mage is necessarily originally meant to be a Black Hand, because it lines up more with a Ruins of Lament theme quest line, especially with the way her face is all wrapped up and she's quite bloody. Well, I suppose you could say they are hyper abused by the males of the order. So they've got to be wrapped up all the time, held together with healing magic. They're slaves. Oh, you could go with that lore, but I think, I mean, you kind of have to if you're going to make sense of it all, but... Well, who knows? Maybe they use pain magic. Maybe they're into that. Maybe that's a thing. But it will make sense later with the Ruins of Lament when we look at the what's going on there with the quest line. How are we doing? Black Hand's dead. Everything else dead. Oh, good. So we don't have to be here anymore. That's good. Normally this is more of a pain. Good that I have this much damage. Overlap. How we do with the Spriggans? Phyllis Fingers, Kayanto, Cricrops, Pez. Pez. We could do Pez. I am not bothered by waiting and getting happy hour. Yep. 1 day click. I think so dailies have just reset. Well, not just reset, probably 6 minutes ago reset. I can tell because this reset. Got a cool mount, which is irrelevant, so we played it. And as I'm really not bothered. Like, look, what's the XP gonna be like, eh? 22,000. Yeah, it'd be alright to have some happy hour on that, but a couple mobs later, we'll catch up. I'll just tick it. I'll just tick that box now. Got a love ring. Sweet. I will go to Sakate, she said. I need to go there too. And it's back to Sakate for me as well. Drop these 2 quests off. Having way too much fun, to be honest. I'm pretty happy to just keep grinding. Well, of course I'm going to ask. New day login. It's nice to get the AED. We'll accept. We'll use that over our permanent ones in a pinch. I get the accuracy buff. Grab the bracelet. At this point, you probably start holding on to them in case you want to swap over. To who? Okay. Is that the one who's here? Wholesaler. Pretty sure he's the Temperian Master. Get it right. How's our honor doing? Haven't looked for a while. 52. Not bad. Not bad for over leveling. I happily keep putting it into damage. Each point into strength would be an extra 1 damage. I'm not sure I care. About 10 extra damage points by that point. Final quest is there. Now, it's definitely worth happy hour on... Definitely worth happy hour on your Temperian's Way quest. That was 240,000 XP. That's like 24 mobs in Ancient Temple, which we're not up to. So it's like, out of that, that's like 50, 60, 80 mobs. But I digress. I don't care. I'm over leveled. I'm already past the point.
Yo!
Need to make +10. Oh, can't sell in a... Alright, cool. So this is an important item, and it upgrades your Brianna. Zealous Fingers, Cree Crops, and that, so that's what we're doing. We're gonna make Zacate our return location. I am 100% sure that we have all the scroll quests, so we're not going to worry about that. Nothing left to do. Except... compound this together. Suppose I didn't have to do that. And she gets stronger. It's worth continuing to improve your model. I don't remember where I used to put it. Put it over here for now, so I won't use it very often. Based on the time, I should go cook some dinner. I really want to stop playing though. That'll be an hour or so. Wow, I missed the good stuff. Missed some cool raids. Oh yeah, that's the one person I need. Pretty cool, eh? Okay. I'm gonna focus on life. And then get back to Requiem. See if I can make this stream massive. Because it's already at 7 hours and 15. Alright. Okay. Back again. Not sure how chatty I'll be. I'll just talk as I need to. It has been a long day. Nightmare. We missed Nightmare, which is a bummer. You don't have to finish every quest in the game, so I am going to drop Pez. I'll keep the Nightmare quests. And the rest of the quests, they're all kind of important. Not sure if my return location is here, but I'll do that as well. Got no Lux. Okay. Now, time for a new happy hour. I'm strong enough that the best thing I could do is probably lean on item drop for the next 3 hours. If I'm up for 3 hours, geez, based on the time. Not impossible, but we'll see. Another possible choice would be to go battlefield points, because at this point it would pay to squeeze out some battlefield points. But we are going to go treasure dungeon, and there is benefit. If we could be so fortunate as to get some Infinity Atma or maybe some spare stuff. But it will only be about 10-20 minutes. After that, everything else we farm in the game isn't going to drop anything outside of a compression xeon or fluid. I might actually go battlefield. Battlefield points, anyway. If I can just manage to squeeze into some battlefields, FOC. I'll just throw it out there. I think all you have to say is FOC 49, or theme, or union, or strongest, or something like that, and people would probably just be curious, because you might be saying one's on, you might be saying, you know, come join me. Vague, but it's probably going to get better results than something a little bit more detail. That's the end of Tempurion's Way. It's actually quite a small amount of XP for the end of the quest. Happy hour's done. There are a lot of quests that we could do. Lost Rex Cage is the second Rex quest of the game. Some of these quests do have interesting drops too. Not sure off the top of my head which ones will give me the most useful items I can think of. They'll come back to me. You could go XP. If you're just going to be generic, level up and do stuff like that, you could go XP. There's going to be plenty of that. An extra 30% makes sense. Pretty hard to get any FOC in or theme battle. So when I do get into theme battle, I will be trying to get a lot of battlefield points. And you know, half an hour of time into an hour, that's the kind of boost that this is. Oh, it's like adding HP. I don't know. It would be good. Honor's not exactly going to go up all that fast anyway. Evasion. Throw in another 10 levels to physical crits and skill crits. With that, I can afford. Extra percent here and there is good. I'll save the rest of the points. The chances of me getting into Battlefield, and it's just me, even if it is strongest, probably higher than I would like to admit. So I'll go XP. I have a good feeling about getting what I need in item drop for my TD run. If anything, it might be worth getting our possession base. Probably check some of the scroll quests next time I'm down there. Vaguely think I know who that is. More stuff for sale. Nothing I can look into right now. This is the daily 50 area. I see a lot of Christmas costumes. People get their 50 dailies from here, and it's what you can use to later plus 30 gear when it gets much more difficult. Looks like I have a glove I could plus up. Sort of just grabbing these quests with the thought in mind of whether I'm going to pass by these areas. 20,000 XP, probably worth all the runtime, so I'll even include Light and Shadow, where you have to go up to the Grand Light Shrine. Wish I could auto run. Wish I could auto run properly. I won't grab that one. Extra. It would really take just as long to just like kill 20 mobs as it is to run up and down this hill. That's how I look at these sort of rewards. One more point into quick attack. That caps it out at level 10. I have it in my head that I should get possession based sorted before doing TD. That way I've got the added advantage in case I do need a little bit of a boost. I want to make the most of my time in there. I'm going to go to this forge for a quest. Remember, you can always use the tracking function. It helps most of the time. I just have a pretty good idea of what I'm doing. And hey, while I'm here, there was that glove. We'll boost that up. Here's a tip. Don't enchant it until you finish reinforcing it. Thing is, we're going to risk breaking it. Later, the opposite is a good idea. Because of all the effort you're going to put into plus 30ing an item, you can take advantage of enchanting the item first to get it up. In the situation where if you fail, rather than having to fix your item, you can just get another item. Something I would probably do with level 70 gear, possibly FOC gear in the same sort of level range of 65. Wherever there's like 4, 5, 6 enchant slots, maybe even 7, and the gear isn't super hard to get, I'd farm extra pieces so I can get max enchant. Especially if you're going to be using that set for a while and you're going to put any significant effort into it. Oof. Checking a few things. One of the downsides to there being new players is they are relevantly need to go to FOC and do some FOC, but they may never have clicked on the button, don't know it's there, don't know an awful lot about it, and even when they do, no battlefield happens, they stop thinking about it. Because they will probably sit in queue like me for ever. But You know, I'll call. Who knows? Maybe we'll get an FOC going. It's good to get them going because if you can get that free win for 40 daily points off the quest, I think it's 40. Could be 60. Pretty sure it's 40. Nope, 60. I was wrong. And you can buy enchant with FOC points. Enchants that are similar to the red enchants, but better. Not drastically better, but better enough that when you stretch them out across all your gear, kind of worth the benefit. There is another option in the game for some base enchants that are alright, but... And I could do that, but I'm not gonna get that much. Still doing a lot of damage. As is a rush to enchant things. Don't really know what I use more, whether I'm using heals more or AA more. Kinda still hard to decide what I'm doing. Okay, you could switch to Lentis, but it's a very small gain. Very small. But they're there anyway, I'll just hold on to them. Tools are good. Everything else is good. Armor's good. Need some more replacements. That's where we'll be going to Treasure Dungeon later. We were already on our mount. Typical. Okay, this way is slightly faster for what I want to do. Just double back around to the tavern and check the scroll quests real quick. Maybe not check them, I'll probably buy them all and look at them later.
Aha.
Too many scroll quests. And I really don't care to get into all of those scroll quests. I know how slow that part of the game will be. You could easily sync I mean, again, if you're a new player, you might just try and do everything. But I'm not. There are other playthroughs for that. Already skipping a few things. Based on the fact that I'm already nearly level 30 and I haven't done my TD run yet, I could probably skip straight to Ancient Temple soon and grind faster than Quest.
Ah. Yo.
Quest I've really gone for a quest that... Was there like no XP on that quest or what? No, I leveled up. It just didn't show. I don't want to run that direction. Okay, new quest maybe. Go run. We are going this way anyway, so... We will need to do the DNA quest. Which is, what was it again? I believe... Coot Warriors and Coot Scouts. Well, I probably could have taken some scroll. Terrible. Should be some Coot Scouts pretty close to me. Apparently those are Coots. Gotta look deeper. There's one. These Coots are for the next alpha testing Temporarian quest, which will be an upgrade for your Model X. Yeah, pretty funny looking creatures. My jump's off center. Another thing you could probably do and get away with is just grabbing all the quests and seeing what you get done along the way. I think I'll do that quest for the sake of you seeing what it's all about. Just in regards to the triggers. Really don't want to bother with them. Don't know if that quest works or not. The quest I was thinking of. It is said box. One of these ones, right? Could be wrong. That would probably be the one. Coot Scouts, why must they be spread so far apart?
Yo.
think I can juggle the Coont Scouts that I have to kill and the Black Hands. So level 30, get some new skills. Don't think I want to bother with Doppelganger all that much. I think it's just useful for throwing off aggro or something like that at the start. I haven't really played with it in a long time. Stealth will make you slower at first, but at level 10 it will actually be a passive speed boost. You'll be running around faster. It'll cloak you from monsters, but it'll also cloak you from other players, which is unique to Rogue. The Soul Hunter class can still cloak themselves from monsters with a similar skill, but only the Rogue class can actually hide from other players, with a few classes being able to do things to counteract that, such as AoEs, traps, and buffs. One buff in particular. Alright, Coont Scouts are done. Can I be bothered with the burglars? No, not really. Need to unequip that so I can fly. What the game would normally look like, in the way. You scroll back as far as you can so you get better vision. Oh, that's that done. We've got to kill some warriors, which will be a little bit tougher. Normally challenging, but probably not with our gear. That's the poison arrow skill I've been looking forward to trying. So yeah, these flying mounts will speed things up a lot once you're in harness. There's a lot of somewhat impenetrable mountain ranges, with a few exceptions, a few tricks. There was a trick to get through here by just climbing through, but could be a lot of extra running around. So that's Ruins of Lament down there. We want that place, but we'll be right back. We're just going to go kill some Coont warriors. They're a bit further beyond. The Coonts are actually quite tied to the Ruins of Lament. You look into the lore. You're probably better building into AA until level 50, and probably continuing AA to even level 60, because your AoEs don't come in until you're an assassin. And you'll get your first one at level 50. You'll get another 2 at level 60 and another 1 at level 70. So eventually you'll have a lot of targets, but that first skill is only one skill. Although it might be something written here that doesn't add up. Maybe binding attack is an AoE and it's just not showing. There's a lot of skills that don't show properly. Although binding attack is potentially something I want to go for anyway, because it is a slow. We've got a previous slow with joint stroke. I don't actually know which one's better in the long run, but you probably only need the one. Unless they stack well together, in which case you might use 2, because if you slow someone enough, they're basically stunned. That's heaps more coons to kill. The slow quest. So, reliably, you're not going to be doing a lot of AoEs until you're level 60. And probably level 63 or 6. And you get a few more skill points into it, so you do more targets. Kind of what I want to do. Focus on the SS. AA is going to be quite a bit better. I don't know. Decisions for later. Alright, that's that done. Don't really need to fly. Pretty straight from here. Right, we're in the area of Ruins of Lament, but it is an actual dungeon. So that's a trigger, and that's how you deal with triggers. Run up to them, right click on them, wait for them. There are a few trigger quests in the game where you need to trigger multiple before you get what you're trying to trigger. They're very rare. There's like maybe 2. That was the legendary goal. Normally he doesn't break into that many pieces. He's a unique monster, very big for a goal. He does drop probably one of the first mob drop quest items, one of the first. So it's like a quest, similar to a scroll quest. But it comes from a monster. Definitely contain a fair bit of lore in those particular quests. Not always, but sometimes. I see a person. I'm just gonna go straight ahead. Oh, we finally crashed. Took us time. Alright. Where to put it? That one. Let's try that again. That normally happens a lot sooner. There's a lot of things that can cause your game to crash, but it's usually all tied up in the spaghetti code. So there's a couple quests in here. Some of them sort of act like daily quests. I'm not sure which. They're no huge deal. We're just going to do them as a reason to go through the entirety of this dungeon. I see. See, because we crashed, some things weren't saved based on our last logout. It's usually a good idea when you change some skills to relog, and that'll fix problems, such as hotkeys not being saved. This is one of the coolest maps in the game, the art style, the design. Beat Gallagher. Now, one of those bosses would have dropped. Well, not wasn't really a boss, but the middle guy at the start of the dungeon drops this key. We're gonna jump off this because we can. We know we can. And dash at the end, see if it saves me some damage. Didn't really. So it's a key item. It's going to help with certain triggers. Room of Lament, which is over here. So it's going to unlock it and then disappear from our inventory. You've got to pick that up. It is bound on acquire, so you shouldn't miss it. And it is a little bit level specific, so you don't want to over level and then come here later in the game for this particular quest. Because if you're not using a multi-client, you'd need someone in your party who's low level just to bring have the drop happen. Because if you get too high in level, you'll get no drop. Dungeon's not really all that hard though. It's a closed dungeon, so you won't see other people in here unless they come in with you. Reminds me, I can switch on or off. I thought. Melee, if you are close enough in AA range and facing the target, you will AA properly while running, but you will not if you've got the bow out, a ranged weapon. Unlike the melee weapons, where you'll still see some of the skill effects. And I stopped pressing all the extra buttons I used to press. Okay, 3. When you're using the crossbow, you will not get any effect at all from shooting. So that might look a little bit strange while the game's invisible, but the idea is I can press forward, jump, and shoot, which is something I couldn't normally do. I can turn and shoot as well. I can kite. There'll be some situations when the game gets harder. If you didn't have strong gear by this point in the game, and this was hard, you might be kiting to get that little bit of damage in from a distance. Alright, this is the only thing we have to do in Ruins of Lament, which is to get our possession-based quests. This is the trigger for this spawn. This is actually a Giant itself, it's one of the possession-based. So now that you've done that, you could teleport back to Nova Lux and finish the quest, but because I'm here and I've got some of the quests anyway, I'm going to do them. Because yeah, there'll be people who want to potentially go through Ruins of Lament. This might be their guide, this might be their tutorial. If you get stuck working out where to go next. We've got that key item, that's your hint, Heart of Grief. There'll be a misclick, blah blah blah, grief. So either down the bottom or up the top. Is there a portal there? Maybe, no. It's up the top. This is a really interesting dungeon. There's actually sort of 3 versions of it. So every time you go in, it'll be a different instant which one you'll get, and the rooms will be in a slightly different order. And this pillar thing eventually collapses and connects locations up the top story. And each one goes to like a similar final room, which is like Quinn Silka, Quinn Tord, Quinn Turba. But the monsters in those rooms are the same. So there'll be the same boss in each one of those rooms. When they did the relaunch, they kind of neutered the bosses in Ruins of Lament. They used to be decent bosses, where you would need pretty well to be as strong against some of the later bosses we'll be fighting, will be what they used to be like. Where you would have had to have been pretty capped out at this level. So low. So normally you had to get a party, which was good. It was a fun raid. And something people would be familiar with later, because there's a raid boss later in a similar setup, similar map. Not this map, which is a shame. They could definitely reuse this map. It's awesome, like in its entirety. But the same designs and things like that are all part of a place called Nature's Eye Dark Sanctum, a bit later on. North Hammerine up the top. Although the map's all messed up. You'll see, it's pretty cool. A couple of our first Solus peoples. I love those little bone physics going on in there. These monsters, they're supposedly people from the area who have been basically hypnotized, soulless, gone, sort of sucked in. Might explain in some of this. They're not originally monsters, they were once either scholars or grave robbers. Monsters took control of them and turned them into monsters. The game's pretty dark. I myself would take the lore as the good guys who are like, yeah, we gotta go kill these monsters, are very much like, yeah, we're not gonna try and save them or anything like that. Just gotta kill them. Maybe they could be saved. Maybe we're jumping the gun on that one. Cool. This is our first quest item drop. Got it from that particular boss that used to be a boss. Would have taken a while to defeat. Now he's just like, you can one-hit him like everyone else. It wants me to go kill Qualan, which is fine. Keepsake of the Cocoon Soul Siphoner, sending out unknown energy. Several things then come to mind. Things to be done about it, shown in my head quite clearly. I believe these are the triggers for one of these quests. It's just, interestingly enough, it's a physical trigger. Not many triggers in the game. For whatever reason, they chose one that's actually got collisions. So there is a trick to getting to the trigger. As you can see, I'm on top of it. It's so strange to see a trigger with collisions. It's usually only gates and things like that. Most you can just walk through. Hide in, potentially. The Coon Soul Siphoner was the priest who sealed away the traitor Qualan. But after the falling of the altar and Qualan's return, he has been under the control of Qualan himself. Okay. So it sounds like the Zenobian order was here at some point. Ioxanic probably not far behind. And they were in control, because they're mentioning a priest, and that's usually got something to do with the Holy Xeon Empire. Some kind of imprisoning of this Qualan nasty. Oh yeah, this thing about mob quests. There's a very few quests in the game that do this, but you get a little bit of internal monologue. It's actually you talking to yourself, which is pretty rare, hence the whole why things are coming to your mind. Several things shown in my head quite clearly. Coon Soul Siphoner, the Trader Priest Qualan. Because it's a Coon Soul Siphoner, and based on what I know about the monsters in the database, I take back what I said about it being the Xeon Order. It's got more to do with the ancient Coon race. Have I finished this quest yet? Cannot possess any more quest items. Cool. Organ key. And we got some of the raid drop items. If you didn't have level 35 gear and you didn't have level 20 ion gear, I would say go for Lamenting Cry. Unless you could get FOC gear. Gear is perfectly fine. It's more traditional Season 2 gear because the gloves give some attack speed boost and the shoes give some movement speed boost. Not a lot. Don't get too excited, but it is preferable. Good scaling, not as much armor, not as much HP as level 20 ion. FOC armor would be better for damage. If you were a ranged character, you might prefer Lamenting Cry. There is a mage counterpart, Lamenting Sound. You don't really need to go for it, but for whatever reason, you might find that this is what you want to go for, so you'll come here to farm that. You might have to go through the dungeon 2 or 3 times, 3 or 4 or 5 times, several times. The whole Ruins of Lament itself, you're about to see a video. It's one of the rare times in the game you get to see a video. Yeah. It collapsed. There's a lot of triggers in the game that you'll see and you'll be like, what's that about? And there's not really anything I can tell you, because they've removed certain quests from the game at different points in its history. We've lost a lot. So the Coon civilization, well, there's 4 major races to talk about in the game that you should already know from making a character. You've got the Kraxina, the Turin, the Zenoa, and the Bartak. But there were 2 or 3 major names like the Natch. I can't remember off the top of my head right now. The Natch are the main ones. The Coon are ones as well. It's all mentioned in this little help thing. Mentioned enough. But it's not perfect. Some of the words get a bit messed up. The Ione were an example of one particular group. Praxina are actually a hybrid race between the Bartak and the Natch. Natch are lost to another realm. Kind of got sucked in. But they come up a lot. The Coon don't come up too much, but they come in just enough. I think I'm going to read it here. But somewhere it says something like, in the beginning there was like 8 races. So there's definitely like 2 or 3 that we're like don't have any names for. They've just sort of been mentioned in that one statement and then never again. My theory is the Coon, who were eradicated, completely eradicated, but were knocked back so far that after the Thanatos incident, they became the Kunt. Those funny goblin, frog-looking things with the dangly between its legs that you've seen me fighting. And I know that because the spelling for the monsters are different, slightly different, a little bit more, you know, Kuhnt or something like that in the actual archive, which is me just saying the game files. And the Soul Siphoner and Qualan, they're not called that. They actually more line up with the Canute, which is how the original race name was called. But if they became the Kunt, maybe something's still there in the naming convention. The way the mobs all line up and what some of these quests say about it. I really do just need to make actual content lining it all up and make some pretty cool videos on the topic. Anyway, we are in the boss room. What used to be the boss room. Like that. Yeah, there's Qualan. Poor bugger has been neutered. Used to be really awesome, but now he just dies. And then the physics take over. Much sad. Okay. Got some more Lamenting Cry. We can probably throw it on AH. What? I haven't finished my quest. I didn't mean to click the trigger. I clicked the trigger, which is the teleport that leaves the dungeon, and I haven't dropped the quest off. That's frustrating. We'll never know the end of the story unless I go back in and go through it all. Which I'm not going to do. I'm not going to do that again. That was Ruins of Lament, guys. It's a wrap. We'll just drop some quests off. If it lets me. Yes, it did. Cool. Little bit of quest for the effort. Fun fact, you can look up the quests in the quest window and look at what accepting the quest says, but you can never just look up in-game what the end of the quest is, and in the end of the quest, that's usually where interesting lore that nobody would remember or be able to look up quickly come from. So it's worth hearing about, knowing about, going through the game at some point or another, and paying closer attention to all those details. Right. I might be in the area again for something, but this area is pretty well covered based on how high level I am. Might do a bit of redstone in when the time comes. Honestly, though, I can kind of skip it, which is crazy. Back in Zacate is good because we finished the alpha testing Tempurian 3. We can go get that. At level 40, we'll be back at it again. Killing a few more monsters in Harness. Continue that quest down the line. Ow. Good. I am spewing. That would have been a cool quest to read. How it ends for you. Something juicy would come up. The monsters in that particular dungeon, Ruins of Lament, are particularly good for dropping level 30 fluids. The ancient temple we're going to farm a lot more of later drop level 40 fluids, which don't compound into a level 40 ornament, which is preferred. So we got our possession-based item from that quest. You take this item, you open this window, and you drop it in this slot, and it becomes that. And you put it over here, and so wherever really, it's like a skill. And you have a new meter. So this charges up down here visually as red, and it'll go all the way up to here, and then that'll glow red. And that's 1 bar. It takes 10 minutes, and it's a short transformation. I think it's about 1 minute of time once you transform. And when it levels up on its own accord, so you want to have XP turned on when you're using your possession base to level it, but its own set of bonus skills, so you can use your skills just fine. Should be interesting. You can even put some armor on it, and that armor can be made stronger, but it's not quite the same as other gear. There's a method to it. You get an amplification of your damage, and your stats are improved marginally. But the main thing is that you hit twice as hard, essentially. But it will be a very important part of making your character stronger. And that's it, and that was not bad for a bunch of quests. we're gonna keep holding on to some of this Lentis stuff. We might use it. We might not. We're no longer really worried about little bits of land, because when we sell a love ring, we get 1,000,000 land. We've done that quite a few times now. So you can delete some of this stuff. You could see it as very, 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 very just a little bit helpful. And you could hold on to it for that helpfulness, but I'm not going to bother. We'll be right. We could probably finish up with these fluids. What do we got? We can turn that into something. So we won't be killing mobs that are so low in level to get these items anymore, so we can probably clear them out of our inventory. Damn, reds have gotten expensive. We might as well look up Rentium. They might have come up. 50k. Nice and cheap. Personally, I'm just going to delete that so I don't have to look at it later. Lamenting cry, lamenting cry. Just going to delete it. Nice to throw it out there, but I don't want to hear the notification bell. Over so little. What do you mean failed to destroy the item? Huh? Was I picking that up as I was going through a portal? I must have, because it's the only reason why that would be bugged. One of the nudie costumes. I wonder if my account will be taken down for this. Nice butterfly. Enjoy. See if I get taken down. They're gonna come up at some point or another, titties in this game. It's bad enough there are people hanging from trees and guillotines and, you know, corpse babies that run at you with pitchforks. Okay, where was I? TD, I suppose, and make some room in my inventory. I really should bank this ring. I'll go back and bank it. Just so we're ready for that future. Ding dong. Oh, my sound's off. That's boring. My in-game sound was off. I apologize. It's probably from relogging. I think it's probably worth holding on to this pot. Drop some of those quests soon. Go to Forge, get rid of some of this stuff. That one item's bugging me, I'm gonna fix it. There we go. Good to know. Alright, we're gonna start that battlefield and then we're gonna check the time. Could be doing TD later. Let's start. Might come back into it, but I've got to go get the relevant gears first. I'll throw Wrongest out there. See if anybody gets into it. Compounds. Let's say it's worth selling. That, I don't think it'll come up again. Might hold on to my love bouquets for a while now. Just traded one item for another item, but they'll add up a little bit further down the track. Got a compound. Got a compound. My Tempurian model. Yeah, for the most part, if you're watching. Good to see you. Where was I putting this before? I put it there. That mob drop is kind of redundant. Item. Yeah, it's a bit weird, isn't it? Nice, we got a sad soul ring. The first one. Not really good anymore for anything. It would have been pretty cool if I got it at level 1. Okay, I'm pretty sure I'm done. Okay, inventory is more opened up. When you join Battlefield and then leave, there's like a 5-minute timer that stops you from jumping back in. Got about a minute left. Don't imagine I'll do any crazy kiting. Kind of sad, like I want to buy the gear, but I only want to kind of jump in there and do nothing. Like literally 30 minutes of doing nothing. And it's going to take up a lot of bag space, which is frustrating, but we just have to be more on the ball with the bag space. Just thinking about whether I bother with the crossbow for the one odd move. Suppose if things got really, really interesting, that would be fun. So I'll hold on to it. So this is the vendor for strongest. Strongest, your gear doesn't work. You have to use this gear specifically. It costs nothing to put in your inventory. And there are pots, which yeah, sure, whatever. Maybe we'll use them. Maybe we won't. Just take up a little bit more space than I'd like. Takes up a little bit of room. I'm gonna move it all over to here so it's easy to find everything later. And then we'll just log it up, I suppose, with this stuff. And we're gonna go, and the next half an hour could be quite boring, guys, if you're watching. So you guys skip ahead. Later I will probably throw timestamps on this video because it's been such a long one. For different sections of it, like when I hit prison mine, when I hit this, when I hit that. So yes, again, you've got pretty well no stats in this particular battlefield, but you can equip cool ornaments that make you supercharged, run around really fast. The movement one, give you a ton of armor, give you a ton of magic resistance, give you attack. This is strongest den of arachnids. Pretty cool map. There's monsters that will attack you. Just to be a pain. Which is a reason that I kind of have to like equip up. I was gonna not bother until people came. That looks like a stun. Like a stun trap. Just a little bit underpowered. Even our level, I think, gets automatically raised correctly, but pretty awkward. Attacks on, attacking spine. That looks better. Cool. Fully equipped, bit of a pain in the ass. Much better for damage. Really don't think anybody's gonna join. I think you can right-click spam a trigger to get battlefield points, however few. Otherwise, just being here over time will build those points, like AFK. Something's better than nothing, and you will get points, and I think you get XP as well for these battlefields. Okay, and then I'm going to teach you a trick. Now I'm going to wait. I want to see if it's even worth triggering the trigger. Basically, when that goes up, that should go up. Right? Yes, it does. So triggering doesn't really matter. Yeah, it does not matter. It goes up when that goes up. Rogues can be a lot of fun on these sort of maps when they're pretty busy. And that's because they can cloak and be sneaky, find people on their own, take them out. Find vulnerable people, just wait for them to be vulnerable and be like, yeah, not, you know, just be cruel. You can hide around the triggers and be a pain, hold on to them. Technically, a rogue can probably win a battlefield, you know, frustratingly, just by being focused on the flags at the right times. Now, a cool little thing about this map is you get a mob similar to your Temperian model pet. Reasonably strong, really reasonably useful, and you get them for the different triggers. You get the basic one over there, you get these nippers from the ones on the left and right. I'd say the middle one is the same, we'll get that one later. The top one, you get the boss queen. This is a little awkward. Taking too much damage. Not much I can do. That maybe cloak? I suppose that might have worked. I don't think I've got time. I'll just use the respawn. Interesting to be on the edge of the map, courtesy of being invisible. Another fun thing about Strongest is you can play with your skills. It'll give you 10 skills to work with. So you can be like everybody else. Here is a perfectly fine situation for using the respawn button. And then we want to cloak. And hopefully those monsters can't see me through this cloak. They might, based on my level. Trying to use an attack, okay. So if I was a much higher level, these are levels 60, so they're not looking at me as a level 60 plus, they can see through me. We'll just stick to being quick. Although, technically, I think everything's fine. Good to be able to come up here and grab that though. Might as well grab retreat, because we can. It will mess with our skills a little bit later. Oh, we didn't want to do that. That's dead. Went a bit too fast. I was just going to go around and grab the triggers, because it would appear that the tick counts for something. like 100-ish points every tick. So 51. Four, 5. Seven. 8. 9, 10. Yeah. Per tick on your team, if you're in the game, you get 100-ish points. Not exactly that, but good enough. So literally every flag that you've got is gonna be helpful. If you're just AFKing this whole time. Technically, because there's monsters on this map, you could probably... Normally I would say you're getting contribution from taking damage, and that would be the case if... I think it might only be for healing points, but it might not matter if it's monsters attacking you. However, getting deaths... I don't know. Just looking to maximize our points while doing very little. And this would seem to be the best way. Just grab all the flags. So we're gaining a lot of flag points, contribution points. And that'll do. And then you can check this to know if someone's on the other side. You can check it, or maybe you'll see some action on the map. There's really nothing left to do for 20 minutes. So I'm going to go take a short break, but I'll check on the game every now and then in case somebody joins. Maybe I can find something cool to look at for you. This looks pretty cool. Neat. Something cool I can go look at. Suppose I can just look at my pet if he sits still. Nice. Alright, 20 minutes, although I'll come back probably in 5 and 10. See if anybody actually wants to fight me, which would be better, way better for contribution. Remembering, of course, that we've got that daily quest, so we're likely to at least win and get 400 points, which is honestly, at this point in the game, worth it.